Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another beautiful evening of playoffs here on VALORANT Challenges Oceania. We've got a big couple of games. We're sending one team home and we're sending one team to the lower bracket from an upper bracket final. Insane scenes. I'm Mac. This is Pilly, and Pilly's looking fantastic today. As always, you stunner. Huh? How you doing?
I'm good. We're all synced up, Mac. You know, you got some orange flowers, some beautiful flowers, you know, a few little leaves and stuff like that. I thought we would both kind of get the jungle theme going because we're starting to get through the thicket of this tournament, you know, only a couple of series left.
I just forgot to grow my beard for you. Like, that's a little unfortunate. But either way, let's have a quick look at how the tournament has played out so far, recap what went down in the group stage, and then, of course, take us into playoffs. That's where we currently are here in Stage 1, Top 6 playoffs. About halfway through, still have today, tomorrow, and Sunday for those games. For the remaining games, of course, the top 6 that have made it to the playoffs at the moment, they're going to be able to make it into that next top 8 of the group of Stage 2. So we'll see if they manage to stay together long enough to make that happen. But at the same time, of course, we had to say goodbye to Cooper Troopers. And who was the other team that ended up not making it?
Unreal.
No, from groups.
Oh, from groups?
Mammoth. There you go. So it was Mammoth and Cooper Troops that didn't make it to the playoffs, so they're going to be relegated and have to try to play for it yet again. But of course, we've already said goodbye to Fun Crew, and what was the other one again that hasn't been knocked out of playoffs? Just completely blanked it.
+2.
The Who +2, that's right. That game happened last night, and it was a pretty insane one as well. Either way, let's have a quick look at what they're playing for here. The prize pool, of course, is what all the players are hunting down. Of course, if you take home that first place, you're going to be taking home 14,000 Australian dollar dues. Insane scenes here. It's 50,000 Australian dollar prize pool in total. And Mitch, if you had $4,000, because that's what you'd get if you were at least here in playoffs, if you got knocked out first, who and where would you be taking them on a date?
I'd probably take you, Mac, to a nice little, boat trip. Sink a few beers and, maybe do some moves, something like that. Maybe we can tan. Maybe we could bring like a squat rack on the boat and hit some legs, something like that.
Hit some legs on the boat when we got sea legs, mate. That's a little bit interesting. By the way, let's have a quick look back at some of these highlights from yesterday's games. As we touched on, Fun Crew got knocked out in what I would consider an upset. They definitely on paper have a lot more experience than Next Gen, but that just goes to show Next Gen, they're a team that we've been hyping up all season so far, all stage. Since we saw them at the end of last year really start to rear their heads, and they are looking like a cracker of a team, and they're living still here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, 100%. I think unfortunate the way that the playoffs kind of boiled down, but at the end of the day, that does come down to how you performed in the original playoff seeding and what kind of games you were playing. So Fun Crew, a team that beat 95X in the regular season relatively convincingly. I thought that they were going to have a good run here. Unfortunately, they immediately played 95X as well, and they go down in that upper bracket, and then unfortunately they get beaten by Next Gen, who were on a tear through regular season. Then this other series that we had, Honey Badgers up against Who +2. I don't think anyone's going to be super surprised to see Honey Badgers take that out 2-0, even if they are like a little bit of a mix, and they've had to have quite a few roster changes this season. They've put together a pretty decent 5 to be able to close out the playoffs here, and I'm not surprised to see them take out the Who +2 in relatively clean fashion, although the Who definitely playing quite decently here. They've done well enough to keep themselves in towards next stage if they do put a team together. So we'll keep an eye on what they're going to be doing in the future.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what they can do, of course. And then we did see, who was it? It was the Who +2 getting knocked down by Honey Badgers, which I guess was expected. Maybe Honey Badgers down in the lower bracket was not as expected, but they did have to take on Bobo there in the upper bracket. Speaking of the bracket, we're having a quick look at it here, just so you can recap everything. 95X, of course, knocking Fun Crew down without a win there, and then straight out of the bloody tournament as well from Next Gen. So Fun Crew coming in looking really hot from the group stage, but unfortunately that doesn't mean they're going to be ready for the game, because they couldn't get too much done, which is a little bit unfortunate, because when we were looking at that top 4, it looked so ridiculously competitive between the likes of 95X, Bobo, Fun Crew, and Honey Badgers. But now one of those teams already out of the race. We got Next Gen as well, which has now entered the race, I'd say, but also a couple of different series to go through. We've got this upper bracket final, which we are going to be covering today. Let's bring up the schedule as well. Of course, I think it's the upper bracket game is going to be first. Top 5 players. We're going to have a look at the top 5 players for the moment. See what they're going to be able to, what they've been doing here in the playoff stage so far. And as you can see, McKinley's in there. Man's an IGL, but he's been doing work for Next Gen, so really putting his right foot forward. Dragon, top of the table. Swirl overall, still beating him, but for the playoff stage, Dragon's at the top, Mitch.
Yeah, I think honestly this top 3 is not super surprising. I think Dragon, Swirl, and Lou are some of the highest outputs in terms of fragging in this competition, especially because we've had a couple of our players get imported overseas. Like you said, McKinley, good to see him putting good work in. He's definitely been a player who's been impressing on this NXG/BFG roster, who are continuing going strength to strength. They found themselves a top 4 in this tournament at a minimum, which I think is a really good result for a team that was grinding it out in the off season and then just kind of playing pretty decently through the regular season. At minimum, they're a top 4. They definitely have the potential to go further, and maybe some of their players might be on their way elsewhere, as far as I've heard.
As far as a lot of people have heard. I saw McKinley bloody LFT. I was like, what's going on? And then I heard they were winning on next gen, and I'm like, wait, aren't they dead? Like, why is the LFT? But they're just looking for next stage results. Either way, let's get into what we're going to be watching here today. We've got the schedule to have a quick look at. Of course, we got Next Gen and Honey Badgers first up. So we're actually sending another team home as the first game of the day. And then we'll be jumping up to that upper bracket final to put one of these teams straight into the grand final. So Bobo and 95X looking to skip tomorrow, looking to have their Saturday evenings to themselves before having to play the grand final on Sunday. Mitch, which of these 2 games tickles your fancy?
I think probably Next Gen Honey Badgers, although some of the polish is kind of, off of that game. It's a do or die game for 2 rosters where some of the players are probably on their way elsewhere at some point, but they're still, it's just 10 solid players in the server. I think Next Gen will still be quite a serviceable team, and they're probably the favorites to win, but I think Honey Badgers can definitely still take this one out.
I certainly think so too. Now, look, let's move in to this discussion for game number 1. Let's talk about Next Gen first. Them up against Honey Badgers today, it's definitely going to be a test, but they already took down Fun Crew yesterday, and I feel like Honey Badgers, when you put them up against Fun Crew, like I'm thinking they're pretty similar. Fun Crew might even be that little bit better on paper from what we've seen through the group stage. So this game is definitely a winnable one.
Oh, for sure. I would totally agree with what you said. I think if Next Gen can take out Fun Crew, then they are more than good enough to be able to take down Honey Badgers here today. I think Fun Crew, it was looking like probably a top 2 team in this tournament. I expected them to be in the grand final, but unfortunately they had a bit of a stinker in playoffs.
Yeah, look, we've been talking a lot about Next Gen and how they've been really setting the scene ablaze at the moment, but Honey Badgers, they've been here for a while, and you know, if they're playing their A game, they can take down the top of the scene. So Mirza signed as well as El Snow. I'm still not going to say those names. Maishu and Noobstar. The team of misfits, they had a whole bunch of roster swaps throughout this season. And here they are looking to fight for their tournament lives.
It's not even close to the same team at the end of the season.
No, it's
when
not
they
at all,
started. It's almost a completely different team. I guess you got to do what you got to do when it comes to players getting poached, players getting imported and going abroad. They've done the best they can with the roster. And honestly, they put together a pretty decent team that's doing some damage. They did all right in the regular season. They've already knocked 1 team out of the tournament. So let's see what they can do up against Next Gen. I think this is going to be a difficult game for them. And realistically, no disrespect to any of the players on Honey Badgers, but this is the game where I would probably expect them to go out of the tournament.
Yeah, at the moment, definitely. Unless they have something to say about it. You know, the thing is, I know Noobstar, and there has been points where he's definitely missed some games from sleeping. It's very, very late here on a Friday afternoon, and maybe he could have dozed off. It is a nice temperature at the moment. Either way, let's have a quick look at this head-to-head. Mitch, who have you chosen to talk about between these 2 teams?
So I chose McKinley and Signed. I think these are 2 players that can deliver some good impact. They both have calling potential. So they're going to be, calling some shots. They're going to be mid-rounding, maybe doing some RGL duties, things like that. But they also can kind of have flexible agent pools. They can kind of flex around whatever they want to play. To some extent, these are going to be the players where they can play initiator. Maybe they'll play a secondary controller, something like that. Maybe they'll play something a little bit funky for their team. And I think that those can both be kind of difference makers in series like this.
It certainly can be. And look, before we jump into the vetoes, we're going to be going to a short break, but we will be back with the first game of the day very shortly. Go get hydrated. It's a hot afternoon here in Oceania, and we'll see you shortly for game number 1.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
If you come this far, then you know what's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Boom! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Valorant Challenges Oceania. We're about to jump into game number 1 of the day. It's going to be a banger. It is Honey Badgers up against Next Gen. I'm Mac, this is Pilly. If you don't know us, get to know us because we're here all night. And I love company. I love company. That's why I love Mitch, because he's good company. And this game should be good company to, you know, accompany those eyeballs and earbuds, hopefully. I don't know where I'm going. Either way, look, let's go to the vetoes to save me from this dilemma. Mitch, where do you think we're going to be playing this series today?
I think we're going to see Ascent, Pearl, and Fracture, personally.
I think you've just nailed that, I think, because I've seen the vetoes, which are up on the screen right now, and how did you know?
It's just crazy, isn't it? We've got Honey Badgers picking Ascent. We got NXG picking Pearl, and then we got Fracture as the decider. I think, look, honestly, it kind of feels like we've gotten rid of some of the fringe maps. NXG playing Lotus a little bit earlier on in playoffs. So maybe the Honey Badgers boys don't want anything to do with that.
Mitch, before we leave the veto, look, defenders, Honey Badgers picked defense on Pearl. I think that's a mistake, and I think this could be a 2-0 to Next Gen.
Okay.
I'm just putting that out early before we lost that graphic. Sorry. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, they got rid of some of the fringe maps in the pool, starting on Split or starting on Lotus. I think we saw NXG playing pretty good on Lotus the other day, so I'm not surprised to see that get taken out. Straight into the middle of the map pool on Ascent for Honey Badgers. They got a fair few reps on it this season with different iterations of their rosters. I feel like it's the most kind of standard played out map in the pool right now. And then Pearl coming out there. We've seen a couple of games on Pearl from Honey Badgers. They played some pretty weird comps. They've had people kind of role swapping and things like that. So yeah, they do have some reps on it. We'll see how they go on it in this official though. And then we'll see if we make it to Fracture. Fracture used to be a pretty good one for the BFG Next Gen boys. Honey Badgers, I think, have played it a couple times as well here and there, but probably not as much depth as what you see from BFG and Next Gen. I think even go back to those off scenes and tournaments where I first saw this BFG roster, the core of the roster, Fracture was one of the first maps that I ever saw them play, and they were playing it pretty damn good.
Yeah, they seem to have a lot of reps on it as well. Now, the thing that I'm going to be looking out for today is because we got to see like what the top tier of the world was doing over at Lock-In, and I just want to see how much of that meta has tried to like shift its way into what's going on here in OS. You don't think any at all? You think no teams change it up?
Tiny things, I think. Probably tiny things, but probably not as much as you'd like to see. Yeah. I mean, Ascent coming up first. Honey Badgers actually have got, they haven't lost a game on it yet. They've mostly played the Who +2 and Cooper Troopers and Mammoth though. So not really playing difficult teams in terms of overall placing in the competition. They have played Bobo and they beat Bobo, but Bobo, I don't know what iteration of Bobo that was. It might have been a bit of a weirder one.
Yeah.
Next Gen 1-1 on it. They beat Fun Crew and they played a real tight one against Bobo. So both of these teams, a fair bit of Ascent gameplay from both of them. In terms of the comps, you're probably going to see mostly similar comps. The main difference between their two comps is that the Honey Badgers boys play double duelist and play the Reyna, and then the Next Gen boys play the KO, which is much more standard and people kind of prefer that. So that's what you're probably expecting to see. If you see anything different than that, one of these teams will be changing things up. We got August. Is August playing today?
Yeah, let's have a look. See, looks like August is back in for Next Gen, which I think is a slight change up from yesterday, which means no Milky.
Okay, so Milky's not playing today. Interesting.
It could also be because of like the reason we're delayed as well. So, you know, timing's maybe not affecting a couple of teams, but maybe affecting Next Gen. Either way, it's just going to be
actually affected their roles a little bit. Sinaway's on the Sova.
Okay.
McKinley's on Smokes, and then August is going to play Killjoy. So that could definitely actually affect how this matchup plays out. The Honey Badgers got a good record on this map, and Next Gen not playing at full strength, playing with a substitute in a lower bracket knockout game.
Oh no.
I would like to see the boys after a great season
lose with
playing with their 5. But you know, I guess it is what it is, Mac.
It is what it is, and that's what we're here to see. Either way, of course, Elsno going to be picking up that Reyna and then just rocking what has worked for Honey Badgers in the past. And they're going to be starting on the attack, so we'll see what they're going to try to do here. Looks like there is going to be that spike over towards the back of B. turret put aggressively from next gen to try and take that B main contact, and it doesn't look like there's too much commitment going anywhere. Maybe to mid.
Yep. Cool. Big taken here by Veto. Dark cover pushes him off the line though, so Honey Badger's starting to scale into middle a little bit. They're just running a 1-3-1 for now. Mirza trying to fight this B main control. Gonna chuck the alarm bot down, which immediately gets taken out. Looking at this mid pressure here, I think the alarm bot's being triggered by Honey Badgers, so they start to make their way up mid here, Matt.
Up mid indeed, all the way through market, and this pincer might just be a little bit too much to deal with. Mirza falls away. As the fight goes through the main for next gen, they will get a little bit of control, but it's not going to be enough. They can't secure it just yet. Oh, reload! Mirza almost made it work, but August is going to fall down there. So look, 4v2, Spike making its way to site, and rotation starting to come through. Next gen definitely in with a shot here, because you can see Signed is extremely low, just 2 points of health right now.
Yeah, McKinley, Sheriff and Armor. Couple of stray bullets. He could definitely start to polish off some of these players as Biggie starts to work on the market door.
Last player standing.
Ooh, angle. Not going to be found by Biggie. Noobster ready and hits that one straight through the wall. McKinley now won't last too much longer as Maishu finds him through the dark cover there. And that is going to be Honey Badgers taking the attacking pistol, and they are so excited about that one.
Yeah, that's a great start for them. Already up 1-0, starting to get into those anti-ecos. Maishu absolutely thrilled with how this game is going. You just can't stop smiling. He's having a great time. He was doing pretty well for himself last year on a couple of different rosters, and we didn't see him playing for anyone until Honey Badgers picked him up. So good to see him back in the server.
Well, what do we got here? Looks like it might be more of a approach from Honey Badgers. They're at least going to make some noise here at A main. Leave that Spike at top mid and maybe get a late lurk up tree side. But for the moment, El Snow just clearing out all the common lines. And next gen looking to play reactive here. 0 point at the ready. Paranoia about to be thrown out. And there is going to be that dark cover on the choke for now. Full stack as well, other than August over here. And there's a little bit of noise being made now. Honey Badgers think, yep, that's not the site to go to. But next gen, they've read this perfectly, sending 3 back to B. Or have they? That's the question. Fed up, pushing in, gets the info that they're still hanging around. Hasn't seen anyone else other than El Snow. And now it's all going to be up to McKinley on site. Man's got a Sheriff, but not much health to play with. There it goes. Down to the ground. Noobster as well. Looking up into the window. Off to Sinaway. So some damage being done by the pistols, but probably not enough to make it that hard long-term for survive for Honey Badgers there on the anti-eco.
Yeah, and I think they don't lose any guns there because Mirza was just saving ghosts. So he's able to pick up the Bulldog at the end of the round and actually buys himself a Vandal without really having to drop that much lower than the rest of his team in terms of overall cash. So somewhat dangerous looking bonus here from Honey Badgers. 2 rifles, Bulldog, Guardian, and they've got a Specky. Definitely not something you can take for granted as next gen, who are going to put their KJ and the Sova over towards the B side of the map. KO trying to control A main control with support from the Omen, and Fed Up looking to take an opening duel here. See if he can find the first pick. Just misses the timing onto Maishu here. Dash activated, and Honey Badgers are really not giving him much of anything. Outburst is a little off the mark though, and he's going to go back to wall. Looking for multiple picks here. Just landing any shots on him, Mac, and McKinley trades him after he gets 3. That's a nightmare start to the bonus.
Yeah, a little rough indeed. But we have seen Signed make miracles before. Issue is, look where that Spike is. And Next Gen's the kind of team that they know how to set up to 100% this round. You can see Biggie Cheese still very worried about that late A main flank over towards Tree to regain that Spike, and just rotation of the util towards the top of mid. Should probably lock it down for Next Gen. But now you can see Sign starting to make this move, and right Biggie, he is here at the ready.
Signed. See if he could chip any guns away. If you could just take down 1 or 2 of these players, it's going to be well worth its weight. This Guardian. Make this next round a whole lot more winnable, because this was just the bonus for Honey Badgers.
Can he find a line? Even a timing? Oh, no. Not up against Sinaway, who's finally got a rifle going, and that is going to be Next Gen cracking the egg. Getting on the board with that first round here on Ascent. and looking to try and pick up the pace. But Honey Badgers, you can see that Signs now has that Hunter's Fury online, so if they can get the spike planted, you can keep that for the post plant, or even just tear it, see if they can find an entry with it.
Yeah, we'll see. First gun round here, you're going to get a lot of pressure in towards A main from NXG. We're going to move the KJ setup over towards Tree. Change things up, just let Sinaway solo the speed site for the time being. Dart going up the top, KO knife. And it's going to be Snow to take the first duel. Beautiful dismiss away, gets an opening pick onto the KO. Noobster even follows up. No smokes now for the defense, and Veto feels like he needs to re-aggress.
Yeah, Elsno was very, very aggressive there, but it worked out for him initially. Late trade comes through, but already down to the 4v2. It's difficult for Next Gen to get back in here, but Sinaway is in the right position, and the spike's coming his way. We'll see how he fares, though. A little bit worried about that mid pressure coming through, but tucked away at Market might be able to get a pick off here. Oh, but he's chosen the wrong way to go. And that B site is open for the taking. Sinaway, okay, wins that one. Has the recon as well to get the extra bit of info. Myshu ready for the swing out of the dark cover. Ooh, and Sinaway, nice little attempt at the read there.
Can't use that yet.
But even with all the space, Honey Badgers, they're not rushing the plant at all.
Yeah, Merz has still got a fair bit of util. Alarmbot goes down on stair side. He can chuck a nano on top of that. Turret can take contact on lane. They're pretty safe in this post plant at this point, and you can see Signed on the long rotation around. Has even got the Hunter's Fury to try and 100% the round.
One enemy remaining.
Hold on to it. Ooh, big damage on the flank. August can't do a damn thing. And Sinaway, big long rotation back. Turret taking contact, and Sinaway happy to drop the paranoia off the back of it. So, Myshu rather, not Sinaway. Mandel's over 2 HP. It's looking more and more unlikely as that time ticks down, and it's going to hit zip as the round comes to a close. But there you go. So, holding on to that Hunter's Fury for probably just waiting for that lockdown to come online right now.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
It's got a pretty early timing on the Hunter's Fury for Signs, so could look for a pick with it. Still 4 off the lockdown. Knives come out here for Feta, so NXG with another buy to invest in here. Empress ready for El Snow here. Looks like, again, name of the game for Honey Badgers is mid-control.
Revealing area.
Next Gen looking to try to take duels here. Flash over the top. It's probably going to be a dash-up draft from Feta, I was assuming, but he doesn't actually commit into it. He's going to take his time instead. Activates the dash. Drone goes through for Signed. Trying to deny any pressure, deny any space over towards A main. And as a result, you can see Feta rotating back around to Cat as Noobster takes out the alarm bot in the middle.
Oh, Feta. Down to just 3 blades remaining here. And it looks like Noobster, he's just going to wait out that dark cover. The timing looks good for him, and that shot looks even better. Sinaway sent to the grave. And that cloudburst just dropped to try and stop that push up Tree side. McKinley finding a late refrag onto Noobster. So numbers going to be even for the moment. 4v4. Biggie Cheese just living up on site. The dice, his only point of cover. But that wrap's going to be coming through eventually. Oh, Trigger Discipline ain't going to be there. He'll finish off one. Try flashing way forward and stop the plant from going down. Won't do so, but he will get the kills and bring it back to this 1v2. So August now in with a very good shot. Finds this into a one-on-one. But still needs to make his way down towards site. Of course, El Snow tucked in the corner. Means August can get out from under. Oh, and there it is. El Snow, too sharp. Finds himself a third. Has that Empress online.
If you've never seen a massacre.
And we'll no longer have that moving into the next. So Honey Badgers not relinquishing too many rounds just yet. Next Gen looking a little lost.
Yeah, it's going to be forcing them on another save. Really not accomplishing too much on this game of Ascent so far. Attacking side is rolling quite nicely for Honey Badgers. Got the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury ready to go. Heading into the next round, you'd really like to see August try to get a kill or an orb. Same thing for Biggie. Get that KO ult and the lockdown back online. Sinaway is almost guaranteed his Hunter's Fury. And round 7 is going to be a bit of an ult fest. Noobster being quite aggressive, quite confident taking duels. And these anti-eco frags can really start to help him get warmed up into this game.
Oh, aggression at mid. You could see that Biggie Cheese wanted to go forward, but that paranoia slows things down for a moment. He'll fall. Signed, splitting in towards that market side, and there's not much that Next Gen could do about that one. Easy kills coming through for Honey Badgers, and looking like they are in a different caliber right now.
Yeah, I mean, the swapping around of roles, not going to be easy for Next Gen heading into a game like this, even on Ascent. You know, Sinaway has been playing the Senti role for a while. McKinley's kind of been playing that initiator role for a while, even if you can flex into controller. You've got multiple players from the core playing off roles just to make up for the fact that they're playing with a substitute. Whereas Honey Badgers, this is their most successful map, the map that they've probably got the most reps on, and they're well within their element. You know, they're just playing with their personnel, playing that double duelist style that they've been rolling with, and it's working for them. Next Gen going to try to take a timeout. Keep an eye on the interaction between Sinaway's Hunter's Fury and the lockdown here for Mirza. I think if you're Honey Badgers in a round like this, maybe you run some kind of a set play or a fake off the lockdown. Wouldn't be a bad approach.
It feels like, what it's round 7 now, and August still hasn't had that lockdown online, so very rough approach, only with those 2 kills. And unfortunately, that's like, well, more than the half gone, and you haven't even got 1 ult online, so we might see only 1 single lockdown from Next Gen this half if the trend continues. But we'll see if things shift now. They've got another buy coming through, and it looks like they are going to position to try and fight for mid control. Smoke over towards that tile side, and the Killjoy setup is here on A, and that's exactly where Honey Badgers are heading. So we'll see if they're going to be able to make their way in. Drone forward, Util in the way. They see that turret and think, maybe we don't commit, but there's no one on site. So Honey Badgers, they are going to take the bait, but the side control now, Next Gen, it could be difficult to get back in.
Yeah, Plant's going to come up on in. It actually gets tapped. Marshu getting himself a pick here. You can see NXG trying to pressure before this spike gets planted. Hunter's Fury getting a decent amount of value, buying some extra time, and that Killjoy ult finally going to be utilized. Nano in the way, which chunks him down. Mirza able to find another, and Feta just waiting out that lockdown. Him and Sinaway hoping that there's an opportunity from this man down position, and they need to go for it at this point because, look, 5 rounds already on the attacking side. Honey Badgers hunting for 6. You can't say no to this. Feta taking point in through the door. The pulses not quite connecting on anyone, but the shot certainly will be. Big one from Feta. And they're just looking for the final member. That's going to be signed over towards wine side of main. With the recon bolt coming through, Sinaway. Ooh, won't be able to get the half tick in time. Pulses there. They know that he's not on it. And oh, the shot through the wall to close things out from Signed. It's a beautiful 1v2 to save the round, and 6 secured for the Badgie boys. Very nicely done. Just another gun round going the way of Honey Badgers. They just keep this upward trend of, you know, rolling away with this attack side on Ascent. Next Gen, like I said, I would have really liked to see those ult timings in that last round. Now they're going into a half buy where they probably don't want to invest lockdown or the KO ult unless they get a pick or 2. And that means that they're not really min-maxing their ult points, their ult economy super well this game, unfortunately.
One suppressed.
Well, suppression coming out towards top mid, so they know Signs in that position. But he's going to be the only one there. And oh, that's well delivered. Straight out of tiles, just spamming through the dark cover. Honey Badgers find 3, and they couldn't even see a damn thing. Recon Bolt's going to pretty much dig the grave there for Biggie Cheese, who's stuck on the short side. Big damage onto El Snow, who will heal himself back up, of course. The bonus of being the Rainer, getting that Devour online, and Sinaway won't last too much longer. Mitch, look, it's 7-1 at the moment, and I'm already feeling like Honey Badgers are trying to put a bow on this one.
Yeah. Something's going on with NXG. I mean, they're playing with the stand-in tonight, but, you know.
Coming in not warmed up too, maybe.
Yeah. Interesting things happening around the team. It's a bit of a shame. See if we can see them turn things around sooner rather than later. Again, it's going to be a 3-man lead towards A, which is not the read that they were looking for. Sinaway's all on his own on B.
Well, where are we going with this one? Sinaway, solo on site for the moment. Better trying to come and help him out, but an op smoked off over towards market. You can't push through that. So it's really all going to be down to Sinaway to hold this one out. Flash is coming across the top as well. Biggie Cheese trying to help him out. But Sinaway, I think he got blinded there as well, so wasn't able to make a play off the back of it. Honey Badgers take sight, take the man advantage, and things just get that much more difficult for next gen. They are going to tear the null command to try to make their way back in here. But even so, the shots just weren't connected, but suddenly they turn it into a man advantage. And they're looking as well to try and find Biggie Cheese. Veto, another with Blade Storm. Lockdown even invested. They put everything into this round, and it still might not even be theirs. It's all down to Gao. And there he is on the back of site falling. Oh, but it was a very costly one. What was that? 3 ults used on the way bloody back in. And next gen, they'll find a second round, Mitch.
Yeah, got it done eventually. They retained the operator, but it's an expensive round, not only in terms of the ults, but also in terms of the guns.
Yeah,
they're going to be broke heading into this next round, and Honey Badgers, who have just been going strength to strength, winning all these rounds without losing too many guns, they've easily got a buy, if not probably buying out the rest of this half. So, chance at reset here. Reset potential is very high. And that would really put next gen in the bin. Could be looking at a 10-2 half if they get reset here. 9-3, 10-2, something along those lines, which on the attacking side of Ascent, you're absolutely beaming as Honey Badgers.
Yeah. Stonks rising. Confidence just spilling over the rim. And Mirza happy just to push forward. Let that turret take contact and try to look for any more presence over towards the B side of things. No util going to be used over towards that lane side for August either. He's just playing off the turret at CT. And in comes Lockdown. Next gen very much ready for this, as you can see from their defensive positioning. And August unable to stop that from being closed either. So a detainment comes out. Who's that on?
Probably, yeah, McKinley, back of sight. He just stays alive. He's getting charged down though, and it's good spacing from Honey Badger's back.
Yeah, made his way over. A little bit too early, cost him his life and maybe the site as well, but next gen looking to fight for another here on the B site. Retake Alarm Bot over towards the stairs side. Will reveal better if he keeps on trying to push forward, but at the moment they're looking for that lane control. They still haven't cleared out B main. I think that Gao may have actually danced around the blade there, so they weren't aware of his position, but they'll flick around anyway, and Biggie Cheese takes 4 on the retake. A stellar one to keep next gen in the game for the moment. Better late than never, 3-7. If they can make this 5-7, there's an opportunity for them in the second half. But they're going to have to be pretty bloody flawless, Image.
Yeah, they're scoping their way back into the game. Look, that's 2 gun rounds in a row. Like I said, though, it's going to take nothing but winning gun rounds on gun rounds on gun rounds to be able to give them a respectable scoreline in this half. Honey Badgers with more than enough cash to reinvest. Noobster going knives, and Sign's actually going to pull out the op, so...
I am everywhere.
Veto playing from A heaven this time around. KJ set up on B. Biggie Cheese going to play close middle. Gao looking for a pick with the operator. Noobster just going to probe through middle. It's a 2-man crossfire between August and Biggie Cheese up on middle here, though.
Yeah. Waiting for Biggie to take this contact. August wants it. Alarm Bot in the way. They know he's close. Surely it's the double swing if he pops it. Or Hand's going to be spotted there as well. And Noobster wants to keep going forward. Frag slows him down, and August finds him through the wall. So just like that, next gen catching themselves a 2-man advantage and looking to slow things up now with that.
Yeah, they're definitely turning this game around now. Mercer trying to activate in the 3-on-5 as well as Elstone. Applying pressure to both of the extremities. There's the operator coming back into the game. And McKinley picks Gao relatively easily. Honey Badgers, after losing those opening picks, trying to pressure middle. Just pretty lost, unfortunately.
Oof. Mercer. 1v5 angle.
30
Let's
seconds
gas him
left.
up. Let's get him going.
Come on,
30
mate.
seconds.
Get in there.
He's got a big turret. He's got a helping hand. Turret's essentially that second player. Thing smacks like a truck.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Close shots. Knives out. Hops for days. Oh, scanned up too. Oh, look at that this util's coming. And he's just going to back it forward. Oh, Team Flash comes through. Mirza, he's dropped the ball there. Don't know how that one's happened.
Oh, I thought he had that for
Last
sure, Mac.
round before
Yeah,
the switch.
100%. Oh, backed him.
Look at the way he was moving, you know. But, you know, sometimes that's just not footy. That's what my dad used to say.
It's not footy. Whereas Jordan Elfish Guy Mays might say at some point, that's not cricket.
Yep.
Yep. Not that anyone here knows who he is. But if you don't, get your shit together,
Literally who?
Hey.
1-4.
Well, final round of the half.
Yeah, 1-4 for Honey Badgers. Gonna do a quick B play. Keeping an eye on Mirza on the lurk on over here though. Good chip damage from the Shockies.
He's just sitting at A main, waiting for a push through, but either way, push is happening. Over towards B, all the action's here. And there's 2 players on the back side this time for next gen. But it looks like we are going to see this full rotation from the shadows. Myshu going to be taken out by the shorty, but spiking out down on A, and there's no defenders here at all. Sign going to be able to cut off the rotations. Biggie Cheese on the ground. And now the 2 that were tucked away on the back of sight thought that they had the read. Now Elsno able to dismiss away. And that's another round for the Honey Badgers. 8-4 now. A 4-round lead going into the second half. And it looked like it could have gone bad for a second for Honey Badgers, but they were in the driver's seat, and it ended up being Mirza saving the day, getting that trade.
Yeah, you can see what they were trying to go for. Like, they left him over there. They had the from the shadows, so just trying to pull the rotations, force things into an XVX, and once they feel like they've done enough damage over towards B, and that next gen has to respect them rotations-wise, they just wanted to get that open plan over on A.
Yeah.
Veto makes that a little bit more messy than it has to be. But all things in all, 8-4 for Honey Badgers. They're going to be very happy with that. Side is absolutely out of control this game. Elsno having a nice one as well. Next gen, see what they could do on their attacking side here. Dark cover going to push Noobster off the line. He still does a bit of chip damage to Feta though.
Yeah. Gets that first shot off. And, ooh, by shoot. Down to half as well, so playing a dangerous game. He has gone for that extra util. You can see he's got that paranoia to play with. All these pulses make it very hard for Simon to get away. This is going to be the hard cross by Myshu finds 1, but Sinaway hits it better for 2. And that might just be the A site completely cracked open, but the spike's a mile away, so Mirza and Noobster going to have the time to rotate in, but Sinaway allowed to have these isolated fights, goes for the extra reload as well, spam through, and he knows that Noobster doesn't have too much left in the clip here, so with that knife, Noobster, fearless, they've got the lead, he's got a sheriff, and he's got an angle, but he won't find another kill. There it is, next gen, taking their attacker pistol as well, 4 alive at the end, so pretty good performance, but they need to pick up the pace.
Yep. This is how to get back into the game, though.
Yep.
Attacker side pistol after a very slow start into this one. So put some pressure on. Get a nice clean anti-eco here if you can. Got a lot of Vandal light armor enjoyers over here on next gen. Could be something that comes back to bite them if this eco gets a little bit scrappy.
Well, fed up, looking to punish any over-aggression towards the A side of things there at A main. Turret going to be dealt with nice and early as well. And with the recon bot, which hasn't scanned a thing, fed up, going to be spotted with that jump peak. Honey Badgers got a little aggressive, but even investing the dark cover as well to buy some extra time. But next gen, you can see they're just going to gravitate back towards the other side, looking to maybe send it through mid to B.
That's a nice orb farmed up there by Honey Badgers on A main. A little jump spot gets some access to that. Noobster, good timing, but doesn't quite convert the shot. And now next gen going to kick off this mid to B.
Crosshair placement was there, but the shot just slightly was not. And we are going to see a battle for B main. It is won by next gen, and that's going to be the B site cracked open completely. And Honey Badgers just slow on the rotation, probably going to look for exits here.
Yep, need some chippies if possible.
Spike planted.
Two of the boys coming in from B main, but there's a turret for contact there, I think. Indeed. August making sure that he's got his eyes crossed, eyes dotted and T's crossed. My brain's crossed at the moment.
Why?
I don't know, mate. I don't know. It's just one of those days.
Okay.
Cover going out.
Look, you do you, mate. If you want to cross brains, that's fine. Just don't touch hands, all right?
Yeah, especially, you know, you haven't watched him. Might catch something.
Ooh, catch these hands, catch this bolt. Oof. And August, he's trying to get out of harm's way. Where's that spike planted? I think it's back at sight, so he's fine now. By the way, next gen, 5 alive, and... Ooh,
Okay, he's alive.
Snow.
It's not ideal.
Little,
He's going to come into the first gun round with Sheriff and armor.
Snow? What are you doing?
What you doing, mate? What you doing, brother?
Oh, that was weird. Anyway, he's got a Sheriff in full armor for the first gun round. But that's something.
Yep. Unlucky, I guess.
Yeah.
3K
Maybe
for...
really backed himself to get a kill there on the exit. Anyway, look, yeah, move forward.
Yep. Just a bonus hit. Dart gonna clear out Noobster in middle a little bit, push him back. KO knife to top market to follow up, and it's just a wide swing from McKinley. See you later.
Love that. Absolutely love that. You scan up the jet, you know they're not going to be tailing it away, and take that fight with them. Noobster falling, drone forward. I don't think Veto was spotted by that one, running into the cloudburst just in time, but Honey Badger's putting some heavy presence over towards CT and B, and only Maishu playing from tree at A. So next gen making a really good read here.
Yeah, just apply pressure up middle, keep the presence there. And contact towards A main. Dart goes to wine, flash over the top. No one in this A side. So with the smoke going onto tree side, should be free real estate for next gen.
Paranoia connecting, Maishu falling, and this is looking like the trade should keep favoring next gen here, but Sign has played that nicely. Tight line, falls away, and expecting the flank as well, clears it. Feta down to the ground, and now we're down to the 2v2. So around where next gen looked like they were shoo-ins for. Honey Badgers might be cooking something up in the kitchen. August goes up, falls down, and Sign may have single-handedly won the round. Info's there as well. Mirza knows exactly where Biggie Cheese is playing from. He'll take the fight with Mirza, knowing that Sign's probably swinging from heaven, but Mirza wins it. And my lord, Honey Badgers going to be cheering with that. What was it? Ended up being a 2v5, right?
You failed.
Yeah.
Oof.
Playing from numbers down. Was against the bonus though, but a couple of rifles brought into that one for next gen, and you'd probably back them to win it. Couldn't convert. Signed is pretty cracked this game. Reinvestment from next gen though. We're going to give this one a crack. They've done a bit of economic damage. Maishu has to go to a judge in A main here, so we'll keep an eye on whether he's about to just have one of these rounds inside of his own dark cover with all this A main pressure coming in.
TP across, but we are going to see them tagged up anyway by the aggressive knife coming through. And Honey Badgers, they're just going to fight fire with fire, but with many less men, and the judge comes out with the kills there. Better going to be slamming the keyboard, but Biggie Cheese comes through for the trade, avenging his brother. 4v4 now. Paranoia to create some extra space towards that heaven swing. Noobster swinging a little bit wider, and Sinaway, he'll fall. So every time next gen seem to get some kind of control on a site, it just crumbles out of bloody nowhere. And that's going to be the drone getting the info they were looking for. Pulse is there, and so's the span. And now it's down to August, who's come in through tree, but unfortunately woodcutting levels way too low to make it through there.
Yeah, definitely needs to go get himself a diamond skimmy and go check out the goblins at Lumbridge, I would say.
See in the wildy, huh? 1v1?
Huh? What?
What?
See you in the wildy, mate.
GF.
They are broke, Mac. They're very broke. They're going to try and force around the lockdown.
Yeah.
If this doesn't go well for him, it's probably GG.
Yep. Well, let's see if Mercer's going to be able to stop this lockdown from even being used. It's going to be torn instantly. Fed is there to hold it down the fort, but unfortunately for the Honey Badgers, it's working out for next gen. So Noobster playing a dangerous game there in the Cloudburst. We'll get out of the radius of the Locky, but we are going to be in a 3v3 position for the retake.
And Fed up, trying to take the first duel to make the difference here. He's got the turret to take contact for him.
One enemy remaining.
It hasn't worked as expected, and Fed has just gone forward. Found himself a third for the round, and Noobster now already quite low. I think they are aware that he had that op in hand. So next gen, even though the money's all over the place right now, they might still go for the hunt. But Noobster's created a lot of space between him and the opponents. So next gen, a 7th round secured. Only 3 behind Honey Badgers now, and the attacking side of Ascent is looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, they're going to probably have to deal with one more gun round here, though. We'll see if Honey Badgers are going to force around that orb. My shoe's a little bit broke. Snow's probably going to have to go light armor, but the other guys might be able to buy. Let's see.
Do you know any shoemakers to fix it?
I don't, actually.
No, just checking.
You know what? I'm going to take a pause and I'm going to go see if I can find one for you, Mac.
Okay. What, a shoemaker or a new shoe for yourself?
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, come on, Andy. Don't be hitting the vape in the tack pause.
He's like, this is how we cloudburst around these parts. Wow. Hey.
That's... You got enough nicotine already, mate. Come on. 4 puffs in a row.
He hates oxygen. Ain't that something? Either way, look, it was the next gen tack.
Oh,
so
he's gone for another.
Quick chin wag before they jump into the next round.
Surely that cloudburst has got to be on cooldown.
You'd expect so.
Oh, he's probably playing pre-patch IRL when they gave you 3.
Ah, look, pre-patch, pre-patch. How old's that? Ain't that like 3 years ago that they changed that?
I don't know, bro. Has this game been out for 3 years?
A long time ago.
This game been out for 3 years?
Probably. What year is it? What day is it?
05, I think. Nice opening pick for Elsno. Going to be putting next gen in a world of hurt after their attack pause.
Battle for B main again. And Honey Badgers showing a lot of respect, just sitting right back off site. Trying to play the numbers game. And I rate it for the moment. McKinley, though, as the lurk on the Omen, I see a world where he goes for the old TikTok trick, maybe, if they just run that spike down. But with the B main control, they're just going to leave August here for the moment. Nano Swarm finishes.
Right here.
And next gen, they're all regrouped over towards B main. So it looks like it will just be this B hit eventually.
Yeah, a couple of players over here going to try and make it difficult for him. Dark covers come in. Hunter's Fury going to be covered out the center way, looking for the player playing retake, and even throws one over towards the market side.
Won't get any connection. Sign's going to throw his own right back,
30
but
seconds
won't
left.
find anyone either. And it looks like Biggie Cheese is going to try and push forward. And that's not worked. Noobster very ready. Looks like those cloudbursts worked in his favor. And August is going to try to buy some time to get this spike planted, but he's the one with it in his hands, and that's going to hit the ground, as is the round. And Honey Badgers secure an 11th. 2 more, and we're all done and dusted on Ascent before we jump on into the next one. But next gen aren't done yet. They've still got a little bit of cash in the bag for a mixed buy here if they want to go for the dub, but if they're playing for OT, it looks like they'll save.
Yeah, Knight's going to come out on Veto here, which made them consider a buy, but with how broke Biggie and Cineway were, they couldn't do it. And look, nothing to say there. Noobster kind of smoked them that round.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I'll acknowledge it just for you. Hey.
Yep.
Twitch chat, did you guys hear what he did there?
Yep.
Huh? Do you think it's funny?
Yeah, they do.
Dragon, Norson, Swirl, Mini.
Oh, it's
Mini.
Norson here.
They're always here, Mitch. You just don't do Twitch, so you just don't see the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should start doing Twitch.
You reckon?
Yeah, mate.
Will you subscribe?
You got a big brain. I'd sub. Yep, you take me Prime sub. 100%.
Wow, straight from Bezos, huh?
Yep.
Nice.
Straight to your bank.
Crazy.
Looks like we got a little technical coming through here. So just figuring things out before we get towards the final couple of rounds. Here on Ascent, What do we got? So McKinley's still holding onto that from the shadows. Bladestorm's there for Theta, so he can go for the buy. Oh, well, doesn't have to go for the buy, you know what I mean. Saves that cash for the next round. Honey Badgers, they got Noobstar with a couple of blades, but he's doing pretty good with the ops, so probably going to keep that one in the back pocket for a rainy day.
Yeah, retake or buy further on. See if NXG are going to consider like a mixed buy, like you said, like could go for some hero rifles. You're seeing August buy a Vandal. It's a tech pause from NXG, just in case anyone was wondering who to blame. So
Yeah, it does seem like they're having some technical difficulties. We'll see if, you know, last time we saw Sinaway playing, he was popping off. Feels like he's a bit of a slower start.
He's playing an initiator, brother.
Yep, that's probably why.
I'll do it.
That thing that we were talking about.
Yep.
Ages ago. Yep. But look, now that we are in this technical pause, it needs to be said. We do obviously have Norson in chat. We got Sinaway here in the game, and we are going to be doing a leg day soon, Mitch. Actually, no, screw leg day. We're doing what can you do at the moment with your current physique?
Oh, I could do anything. I could do.
Can you?
Yeah, I can do anything.
That's so wholesome.
Yeah. Just.
But at the gym, what can you do?
Well, today I'm going to do some squats.
Okay.
Oh, do you want to know? You want to know my routine for today? Wait, you tell me. Tell me what you did.
Well, I did squats.
Oh, are we about to
into
do the same day?
Hip thrusts, 100 kilo hip thrusts. Hit me up at MacMain on Twitter.
That's a thick ass.
See the form. Look, after that we did leg press, superstated with the old leg pressy, calf raises.
Oh yep.
And then into, you remember my matrix sissy squats?
Oh yep.
Into those with more calf raises, and by that point I was cooked. Actually, I was cooked just after doing squats today. Something was going on. I didn't eat this morning, and I think that the lack of energy definitely got me.
It's because he's weak.
Oh, sorry. I've got a spectator who said it's because I'm weak, Mitch.
Does he have anything else to add to the discussion?
No, he definitely doesn't have anything else to add that would add to the discussion.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not going to ask him.
Okay.
But this is what I get for leaving my door open. But it is hot today, so look, it's if any of you guys in Twitch chat want to come on the stream, look, back door's open, my door's open. There's a lock on the gate. If you can get past that, look, you can come on the show.
Look, if you can get past that, fair
You got to get
game.
past Pico as well. Pico's going to lick you to death if you jump over that fence.
Yep. Yep. I'm going to be doing some back squats, some hack squats.
Yep.
Some RDLs, maybe some step ups, maybe some leg curls.
Do you just do like both sides of your legs on leg day, or do you split it up in like front and back?
I don't know, mate. I don't know enough about fitness yet to tell you.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Proud of you, but
still new.
Proud of you.
Still a new.
You're getting there. You're getting to the gym, and that's what matters.
Yep.
You know, trying to stay as healthy as you can.
Yep.
Get a little bit of extra strength, and of course, you already look as good.
How
How
else am I meant to choke as hard as minimize if my arms don't work? That's why I go to the gym.
Need a drop.
Well, I don't know how long this tech pause is going to be. So, Minnie, any response there? And I'll tell you in a couple of minutes what his response is. I'm sure he'll love that, but look, this game in particular, an unfortunate series of events, but we seem to be looking good.
Yeah, McKinley's back.
Everyone's back in, clock's ticking. Yes, let's get back into the Valorant.
Oh, it's a mixed bag buy. Got a Vandal and light armor, a couple of Sharifs, and knives on Feta. Noobstar taking contact with the operator on Cat.
Oh, there it is. Noobstar has that cloud burst to get away to safety, or numbers chasing him. Tailwind back to tree side, gets another. This is looking good right now. 4 honey badgers to secure that 12th out of bloody nowhere. That momentum seems to be lost now for next gen. Elsno has to go to the reload. McKinley will get away with his life, but he's only got 5 points of health here. And he's running. He is running. Knives out. And he's going all the way back to B to try to go for a different approach back at mid. We'll have this 1v1 at least with Mirza. And he's got that heaps sick knife. Was it the lock-in knife?
The Z.
Or the VCT knife, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Match point.
Yeah.
DJ knife.
Wow.
Cool.
Spin
Cool.
the records. Triple J, all that. 12 and 7. Honey Badgers about to pick themselves up a map win here. You would have been back in next gen heading into this series, I would dare say, but we all knew Honey Badgers had the potential to win it, especially when next gen would not field their normal roster and have to play a bunch of off rolls. So Honey Badgers making the best of that. Sign playing well. All the boys playing pretty damn well. Last gun round here for next gen. Oopster's going to start it off pretty well for Honey Badgers. Opening pick onto August. No B main pressure anymore.
Ooh, up cat. They'll clear. But drone gets dealt with before it's cleared out all those crannies. So we are just going to see next gen keep it slow for the moment and see if Honey Badgers are going to over-aggress somewhere. You can start to see Mirza pushing right up at mid, looking to get his eyes on Cat and making sure no one can cross on that side. Biggie Cheese, though, may be heard here, that knife. They know it's come from tile side. And with the dark cover straight on the middle of mid there, it will deny info and deny any vision for a moment. At that time, it's ticking down, and with 40 seconds, there's still a 4v5 on our hands, and it looks like next gen are just going to go all in at B, with Honey Badgers positioned to have to play retake at B.
Yeah, they're just giving up the B site. They're quite happy to kind of play around the fact that the B push could come in here. Fragment going to go to market, try to keep Noobster at arm's length as Veto dashes in and closes the door. It'll be a post plant here pretty quickly, but Honey Badgers have been playing around this since day dot, so shouldn't have an issue retaking here. But Biggie Cheese getting his ult off the spike plant could make this a little bit more dicey.
Could definitely slow it down. Getting the extra info if he falls. Put him up front. Oh, there goes that drone, so there's going to be no extra info coming through already. A great start for Biggie Cheese here. Better going to be able to find that one onto El Snow. McKinley just spamming, gives his life those bullets. You can see where they're coming a mile away. And Sinaway as well, just trying to buy some time. But Noobster has been so damn sharp with this op in this second half. Biggie Cheese, mate, what have you got for us? A 1v4. It was on the menu, but he's ordered the dessert before he's even at his mains. You can never do that. Honey Badger's going to be securing a 13th. Map number 1 is in the bag, and now they just need a second to keep themselves alive here in the VALORANT Challenges Oceania. Oh, interesting game. Bit of a sad end to it after a tech pause, and we discussed pretty much everything that could be discussed. I forgot what happened at the start of the game. Mitch, you want to inform the people?
I think it was Honey Badgers got off to a really good lead on their attacking side. I feel like they kind of won that game on attack. And I think, look, Next Gen had a couple of good rounds here or there, but they're playing with a stand-in. They're playing a bunch of off rolls. And Honey Badgers is a more than good enough team to punish you if you're not playing your A game. And Next Gen were not playing their A game. They've had an excellent season here. I would probably say they should be the favorites of this this particular game. But as is customary, as is classic in Oceanic VALORANT, things are never as easy as having a 5-man team who can make it into the server and play a game of VALORANT.
The issue is today, of course, Next Gen, they ordered the long black, so Milky wasn't allowed to play. But Honey Badgers doing work. Of course, you could see Signed really, really lifting there on the Sova for game 1, and he will be that MVP. Now, 13-7, I feel like that is a pretty rough start for Next Gen. Of course, going on to Pearl, they will get to start on the attacking side of Pearl, which I feel like is a ridiculous advantage to try to swing that momentum back after a pretty rough start to the game, to the series rather. And on the defense, look, Honey Badgers, if they're aiming like they are, if they're just playing together like they are right now, and if Noobster is hitting those op shots over towards bloody long, then I feel like Next Gen could be in trouble going on to Pearl.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. You know, this is a map where Honey Badgers kind of mix around a couple of different roles. Sign's playing pretty well today, and I think he usually plays Phoenix on Pearl, so that could be quite hard to deal with.
Certainly could be. We'll see if those walls come through. We'll see if some of that meta has been adapted from what we saw over in Lock-In. But either way, we've got to go to a break before map number 2. That's coming up just after this. Bye.
graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her. You can save her.
If you've come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7.
Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up," and she goes, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Oh, and then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Valorant Challenges Oceania, where the dogs are going wild for honey badgers. You know, just absolutely pumping today. What's up? What's up? Everyone say hi to Pico. Pico wanted to get on the broadcast. She's really happy to be here. Say hi to all your fans. You know? You don't want to say hi? Okay. Anyway, look, she's a little bit camera shy, so we'll just let her chill for the moment. She actually just wants me for my carrot because I was eating a carrot in between games. But look, get that vitamin C in you. We've got a second game to start talking about, and Pearl is where it's all going to take place. It's going to be interesting because next gen... Nah, Pico doesn't want this anymore. See us. Yeah, let's talk about Ascent before we talk about Pearl. Ascent looked good only because next gen started to get back into the game there, Mitch. But for the first half, what was it? Honey Badger got 7 in a row or something.
Yeah.
It was just one side of the fence.
I think, very, very good attacking side for Honey Badgers. I think Side was playing super well. The rest of the boys playing pretty decently around him. I think next gen, not playing in their ideal form, having to roll swap around a bunch definitely affected them. I think at their full strength, they might be a bit more of an issue for Honey Badgers, but I don't think Next Gen played particularly well this game. And that is definitely not something you want to see heading into a top 4 position, a lower bracket game here. to decide who's going to be, you know, getting the lion's share of the prize money after putting in such good effort from NXG in the off season and putting a ton of effort in, you know, during the regular season. They may fall at the final hurdle just due to not being able to field their full roster, and that would be kind of sad after the season that they've had, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like, look, I want to see so much more of him. I want him to at least last one more game, you know, take on, you know, your 95X or your Bobo, but I just don't see it happening. Not if Sign's playing like he is right now, not if Honey Badgers are all showing up, and it feels like everyone is showing up. Having a quick look at the MVP stats again, it was Signed 25.4% headshot ratio. But of course, just impact. You can't really put a number on impact except the fact that he was, you know, 3-0 or 3.0 KD, which is pretty damn strong. You know, and good impact as well in terms of, you know, just setting up everyone else for success, droning Noobster forward onto those lines, and just allowing Noobster to really find his form towards the end of the game as well.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned for next gen. I didn't really like their Pearl last time they played against Bobo. They played duelistless, and I don't think Veto was playing super well on the Sage, and they're going to have to shift around roles, I would say.
Yeah.
If they're still playing with the stand-in. So, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about them because, like I said, Honey Badgers have played a fair bit of Pearl. They actually played better on Pearl against Bobo than Next Gen did, and they beat 95X pretty handedly. 95X, honestly, pretty good Pearl team. And they also took out the Cooper Troopers and Mammoth, who played a little bit of that map, but that was probably with their old rosters. Big issue being is that every time you see Pearl from Honey Badgers, Signed is on the Phoenix. It's actually his highest rated agent in terms of how well he does on it, his ACS and his rating and all that kind of stuff. And he's already playing pretty insane on the Sova. So if he puts in another shift on the Phoenix on Pearl, you might be saying it's time to wrap it up, unfortunately.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Look, the thing that I really want to see sliding in is a little bit of Sky back into the Aussie meta, because we saw a lot of Sky coming through in lock-in. For some select teams, and a map like this is perfect, absolutely perfect to get those flashes online. But it looks like we're going to see some Breach hovered, so maybe go towards that. Double Initiator with something else. McKinley going for the Viper, so it looks like we're going to see some Wallen gameplay start to come through.
This is already Next Gen changing their comp, at least a little bit. Sage instead of Phoenix instead of Sage, but other than that, it's the same. Roles are the same. They're just putting August, I guess, in the position of Milky. As for Honey Badgers, they're going to play, I think, the same comp that they played last time. So somewhat similar comps, few small differences. You know, I think Honey Badgers preferring the Initiator playstyle and preferring, you know, chucking in the Fade or the KO, for example, in combination with the Phoenix, whereas Next Gen are playing a bit more controller heavy. You know, they're preferring to have that Viper mixed into the comp. So difference of philosophy. We'll see which is going to prevail to be a bit more useful. I think Next Gen, they're going to have, like, obviously a little bit more consistency, and they're probably going to have to play a little bit slower. Honey Badgers could probably play a little bit more free flow with the Fade in their roster, kind of docking out a lot of positions, taking out map control, all that kind of good stuff. Next Gen going to kick things off on attack here. Early A main control, and Veto, I mean, we saw him put in an excellent shift on the Phoenix on Haven, so to see him pick it up on Pearl and already start farming up the orbs, that's maybe a scary prospect.
Yeah, scary indeed. However, let's see how this mid control goes for Honey Badgers. Not super well. They aren't going to find that kill. Curveball forward, slows down push from Next Gen for a moment, and it might allow Honey Badgers to get out of dodge, but we are going to see the Nebula invested. So mid control still in the hands of the defenders for right now, but Signed realizing, yep, that's only going to last for so long. But this will also ask Next Gen to use so much util if they want to retake this mid control.
Good pick from Big Cheese. Able to pick up the A-side anchor, which is going to cause a bit of a ripple effect in the rotations. I feel like he gave away his life a little early there. He could have kept drawing the aggro, but look, his job is done at this point. Turret goes on the flank for Sinaway, and you can see Next Gen making their way straight in towards B. Merzer playing retake, looking for a pick.
Let's see if he can find anything. Won't stop August from going all the way to back halls. Spam coming through with the Ghost. Doesn't have huge damage in through the wallbang there. And Sinaway looking to play at very close range with that frenzy. Marshu waiting for the aggression. And Veto will get tagged up. He won't get knocked down. And it looks like we are going to see this aggression start to come through. Start to spill towards CT as Honey Badgers, all three, seem to be spotted now. Mirza, damn low over towards those CT stairs. And it looks like McKinley may be the one to ego peek and find it. But in comes the discipline, in comes the info. And it's all down to Signed now to really make this happen. Nano going to slow things down even further. Sinaway finds one there with the frenzy, but in the 2v1, that time's ticked away, and there ain't no shot of Signed picking up the round, but he will get a couple of kills on the exit. That's going to be the first going in the bag for next gen.
Yeah, good opening pistol. Going to get a lot of ult points for both of the Phoenixes on either side, so you're going to see some very early run-it-back timings, I would say, and potentially multiple run-it-backs in the half. Something to keep an eye on. 2 off for Signed there. Fed up is 3 off, but he's going to probably start to get a bit of an anti-eco farm on in this round as next gen going to be investing in a couple rifles, a couple speckies. Probably a slower approach on the anti-eco, a bit of a default for the time being. A main control here for Honey Badgers. They want to get Signed this orb. And indeed he will get it. So as long as he dies this round, he will have run it back heading into the first gun round. And Veto on the other side of the map picks up the B main orb.
Do you like it slow, Mitch?
Look, I could go either way. I like to change things up, you know.
Yeah.
Spice of life.
The riding is the spice of life. I've heard that before. Mirza, though, not going to be able to lock down the back door. It is McKinley. Just pushed his way through. And that's going to be a lot of side control. 5v4. And it looks like Honey Badgers are going to have a rough time on their hands trying to make their way back in. Sinaway, this is the gun that you don't want to be running into for Noobster, who is just waiting on the offline. And you can see already it's just exits the call.
Trying to retain their guns. See if Noobster has anything to say about it. He's got a pretty nice angle here. Fortunately, the shoulder from Biggie Cheese is spotted and it's going to throw his aim off a little. Rest of Honey Badgers taking their time to kind of retake, so they might not even have a chance at actually finding an exit here. Next gen doing a really good job of keeping all the guns up.
Tapping the spike, going down with the implosion, and oh, that's going to be Sinaway. Picking up one more orb towards that lockdown as they all survive. 5 alive. Next gen couldn't be happier with how that ran.
It's actually a pretty big misplay from Signed, actually, because he goes down to the spike there, which means he doesn't get run it back this round. After farming up the ult orb, which could have had a fair bit of impact in a round like this, to be honest.
Well, let's see where he opts to go for it. They can still play for an orb, but it looks like they are just going to try to send it at B main aggressively. There is going to be that star on the corner and a couple of members in front of him, so action towards B might be happening early.
Turret to take contact on middle. McKinley going to work mid on the default there. Signed just goes and takes the opening duel. How did Veto die to that? My shoe wasn't even on his bloody screen, mate. Noobs just found McKinley. Where's this round gone?
That's an interesting turn of events, I'd say.
Last player standing.
Oh, okay, well that was a round, Mac.
That was a round. Good luck, August. He's got the spike. That's about all he's got going for him right now. And one step closer to that ult. He's going to make noise, get the ult orb, so surely Honey Badgers are aware of that position. And now he's just taken a very rough fight. Swinging together, Sign falls, but it is going to be traded instantly by Snow and Honey Badgers there on the board on the D.
Yeah, I mean, Signed now has his ult heading into round number 4, which, you know, is the reset round. So maybe he can have more impact in a round like this with it. Veto's got his ult online as well, so both the Phoenixes potentially looking to entry and or retake. Keep an eye on them and how they use them in this round. Especially Phoenix, I mean, you just want to be using the ults as quickly as possible and farming up as many as you can in one half. It's the same opening to the round from next gen. Viper wall towards B, Viper orb onto Link, to deny info, and turret on top mid. Now they're going to rework things, contact back towards B main with Sinaway lurking middle. Honey Badgers are leaning pretty heavily towards Art and A this round, so Noobster needs to be careful here.
You're dead.
Plays a dangerous game there. And he's going to be attempting to get chased down as Pod. Run it back. Won't find anything, but it is going to be Noobster going forward and taking out McKinley. So fake space created with that run it back. Caught next gen off guard, and now Sinaway is hunting for Noobster, just looking for the lane control. Noobster falling eventually with Big Cheese pushing forward. It is going to be trades favoring nobody for the moment. Signed gets his health back, and Sinaway is 1 point away from the lockdown. We'll have the nanos not on the spike just yet, but might just be able to bounce them off of that pillar on the mid of site and tuck away in the corner to buy that time. And now he knows, oh, he hasn't bounced it off anything. He's just gone straight through the molly, and that has been his downfall. Signed, ready, heard those footsteps coming, and that's going to be 2 secured for Honey Badgers now.
Yeah.
Surely there's a world where you can, you know, find a lineup for that.
I mean, it shouldn't have even really been needed. I felt like he had good timing, wrapping to the left side of Link there, or even just going and taking an aim tool on the angle. I guess he couldn't have necessarily known that the molly would have been available for Signed. You know, it's very obvious for us, but you know, in that clutch situation, there's no guarantee the Phoenix molly is actually online. I don't know if that was the second one of the round or the first, but yeah, look, woulda, shoulda, coulda. Unfortunate for Sinaway. Can't clutch that one out, and that's actually going to be a pretty big 1v1 won by Signed, because that breaks NXG's money.
Curveball straight in the lane, and it looks like Honey Badgers not ready for this lane presence. It's all Noobster out in the open for now, but that might have just one-on-one. There is going to be that gravity well making things a little awkward for the lane push, but Noobster's just gone forward. Great flash, hasn't spotted Sinaway in the corner, but he is going to be able to finish him with that shot through the box.
Spike
now
down,
Noobster
B.
dominating lane, and they saw Biggie over here a little while ago as well, so Biggie now 1v3 angle. Has to try to figure out how to make this happen, and it doesn't seem like Honey Badgers were fully aware that that spike was down at long.
Yeah, that is played together though. Cosmic online for Biggie.
Ooh. Gets the isolated bites. Now in an achievable position, fragment in the way, so can't tuck behind the safety of that pillar. And Honey Badgers are all lined up here. Noobster and Elsno just slightly off position. That's going to be the Gravwell there. Vulnerability inflicted. Oh! And Elsno wins the fight in the end. So Biggie Cheese gave it a crack, but it was not enough. And that's going to be Honey Badgers taking the lead on the defense. 3-2 now. Things seem to be going wrong for next gen.
Yeah. They've got a lot of big ults heading into this round though. Noobster's got his KO ult online. You almost got another Phoenix ult for Signed. And this is what I was saying, man. He was cracked as hell on the Sova last map, and this is his highest rated agent on any map. Like, he just vibes playing Phoenix on this map, so if he's feeling in form, he's going to be pretty hard to beat. The rest of Honey Badgers just need to play decently around him, and this is probably a W. Next gen. No turret in mid this time, again throwing the orb over towards Link, trying to apply some passive pressure with the Viper, as is her role in the current meta on many maps. Consume comes through, they try to take a bit of a duel towards Noobster, who is again kind of just playing retake B, but that's a beautiful opening pick from him, making the life of NXG super difficult. Bunch of ults invested in from NXG now, and Noobster's going to fight in front of them.
Yeah, just playing around that gap in the nebula. However, will start to fall away, try to get out of the lockdown, and you can see that Signed was happy just to tank it. But with this position at mid, the aggression, they're now going to be able to flank this A main push coming through. They've heard everything. But are they expecting Sinaway here? It looks like Sinaway might have the timing, but he won't. It's Maestro to find him. And the site has been taken. One more cleared out. I think it was Mirza falling. Either way, next gen now, bringing it back to this 2v2. McKinley finding another. And Signed slowly but surely coming in towards CT. So it is just going to be this two-pronged approach. And isolated 1v1s on both regards. Both teams win them again, and we're down to the 1-on-1. Signed taps it, looks to fight forward. He knows that Biggie Cheese is a little too far away. Tucked, waiting. Gravwell still yet to be invested. And now has some extra time to play with too, so pops that forward. Sign tapping it, and a big shot coming through. Biggie Cheese wins the clutch this time to keep it even at 3 apiece.
It's going to take a lot out of the economy for Next Gen to pick that one up, though. Invested Lockdown and Cosmic to sell the fake. And big lurk through from McKinley. Couple of big impact frags. A nice clutch there for Biggie. Turns around it. Didn't start well for them. They lost Veto right off the rip, but they were still able to claw their way back into it. Force buy coming in for Honey Badgers. Money low for Next Gen. This is a massive swing round with a fair few big impact ults for either side. A main control to kick things off for Next Gen. Gonna push Zoo off the line. Veto with another ult all farmed up there. They're gonna leave Biggie Cheese on the lurk over towards A main. Where to for here for Next Gen? I guess it seems that they do want to actually end A. So maybe KO ult into Viper's Pit and try to close out the close plan from there.
In comes that null command lineup though, looks damn good for Maishu. He can't find more than the single. And August could be reservable, he certainly will be. And the spam through, Zoo finds one. But numbers now favouring Next Gen. Mirza looking to catch a timing. In the pit now, that's going to be the pit going down. McKinley caught reloading. The sound cue too much, gave his life. And that's going to be a lot of util utilised to flip him out of the corner. Molly forces Veto right into the open. And Noobster trying to figure out how to bounce this frag when it's gone into the bloody middle of nowhere. But either way, Next Gen, they're fighting and they're unable to stop these defusers from happening. Biggie Cheese, he's a while away. And it's going to be tapped again, but Noobster too damn sharp right now. 3 on the retake and a big round to keep Honey Badgers in the pole position.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough pill for NXG to swallow. They invested a fair few ults in that round, and they don't have the economy to be able to recover from that straight away, so they're probably going to have to take a single save now. And Honey Badgers are going to be on top. Chance for them to build up their cash here. They're one off the lockdown. Got a couple of nice ults as well, still in the back pocket.
Mitch, did you know that it's Mario Day today?
I didn't know that.
What's your favorite Mario quote? It's because it's March 10th. Do you get it? It's Mario.
I would say, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. That's a good one. Probably a bit more enthusiasm on your next attempt. Hey, I can't do him like that.
I can't do an Italian accent, that's why.
Of course. It's quite difficult. It's really difficult to keep your gun from poking out of that bloody toxic orb as well, but look, Next Gen, in between the rock and a hard place right now, McKinley,
yeah. Nah.
Clean round from Honey Badgers though, definitely navigating the way from the pistol as well.
Oh, 100%, and that's scary. Scary stuff. They're on defense, Mac. They're up 5 and 3.
Yep,
They've got
and
3 big ults.
Yep.
They've got lots of dollars. I'm very concerned for NXG.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Twitch chat was asking, I can't believe Philly's calling a W at 3-2, but like, it is
insane,
one of these things.
Insane.
Where...
It's almost like, you know, I looked at the statistics on this map, and I looked at the fact that Next Gen is playing with a stand-in and didn't play particularly well last game, and that signed is popping off in the first map and pops off every single damn time on this map.
He does
it's
like
crazy,
poppers, doesn't he?
It's almost like I formed an opinion around the facts and the statistics. Who would do that? Who would do such a thing?
Who would do that?
In this
what kind of analyst would use stats?
What kind of sick fuck am I? You know? Like, Jesus. 5 and 3. I mean, I don't know, man. It's going to be tough for Next Gen. They really got to pull it together. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to be honest.
Well, hopefully this pause is a step in the right direction for them to get themselves back on the right page. Norson did say, how funny would it be if I ran into Sinaway's room and smacked him on the back of the head in the middle of a clutch? But that was a while ago. And if we have another technical pause, I would like to see that. Not in the middle of a clutch. That's just BM. But look, round 9.
To be honest, I think
gen, what do they got?
Don't give him a smack in the back of the head. Give him a chair slap. He needs to get pumped up right now.
He needs to fire up, eh? Bloody Friday Arvo, he's knocked off work and maybe come straight to the game. So, oof. He needs something to get him going.
There's the Cosmic for Biggie. We've got the runner back for Veto. Soon for center way to cross. Sign playing anti-flash over towards screens. Noops has been playing this way the whole half long, so this can potentially catch next gen off guard.
Where's that knife for next gen? Looks like we are going to see KO just chilling right behind top mid. Given a lot of respect, they know that Honey Badgers have been pushing for that control. And that turret as well, over towards the connector, is going to be able to chop mid in half if the rotations come through aggressively. So they know what is and isn't clear. But a great timing on this Nebula over towards the A main choke, and this time it's ticking. Wall's going to be going up towards B, but we are going to see the run it back straight into A instead. Elsno not going to be able to connect with that spam in through the smokes. Fed clearing out over towards art side. And no one falling. We got a 5v5 for the retake.
Cosmic comes across the backside of the side. Both Cosmics from both teams coming out. McKinley's going to start off the retake post-plan very well.
That lockdown's going to be taken out of the equation with Mercer falling. Fair goes down as well. Noobster starting to connect now, and it's looking quite good for Honey Badgers until it isn't. 2v1. Sinaway. What has he got for us? There's a Cozzy in the way as well as the hot hands. But what can he make happen? Oh, he won't even be able to pop that nano. Tried to find a lineup. But it is going to be the defuse fully rung through, and that is a 6-3 lead. Stonks from Honey Badgers just keep on going up and up and up at the moment.
Yeah, that's rough. All of the ults invested for next gen there. That was all of the cash that they had. So they are once again broke. McKinley's thinking about force buying. August thinking about force buying. In round number 10, when there's still legs left in it, this is not a good force buy, Mac. This is a tilt force buy.
It's they know that things aren't going right. Kind of put in a position where you have to force buy.
You think so?
And hoping to maybe catch Honey Badgers.
I don't think they have to. I don't think they should be forcing here.
I don't either, but you know how you were saying you formulated the opinion that Honey Badgers have almost already won because of the scoreline and the scenario we're in?
Yeah.
I feel like next gen is channeling that.
Yeah.
So they're just trying to get it done either faster in one way or the other. And now that's going to be Sign showing what he's bloody made of. Just isolating two nice fights. Flash as well. Not going to be able to connect that one onto August, but has already definitely done his job. Knife over towards that lane side, but Noobstar looking sharp. And that's going to be the majority of rounds in the bag for the baddies.
Yeah, this Noobster guy's pretty good, considering how old he is. It's crazy. Sign's looking real sharp on the Phoenix. And yeah, that force buy was not great. They are going to force buy again. It is again going to be not great. And yep, that's my analysis of this game.
Well, Pearl now defend decided. That's what we're going with here. We'll see if that trend continues going into the next series, if we even see Pearl in that. But for the moment, next gen slowing things down, and Sign, he's not done. He's going straight through the fragment. The run it back looks good, but he's not going to be able to find anything with it. So next gen can be able to get that kick onto Mirza, which cracks open the festivities. But Fed are going to be able to answer with one in a nice position there. So Noobster now gone. That means B site should be open for the taking, and you can see that McKinley's lurked his way all the way up long already. So we should just see next gen going for the reroute back towards B long and planting over this side.
Yeah. So that should set themselves up nicely in this 4-on-3. August one off of his KO ult here towards the end of the half could be pretty impactful. I won't lie. Nice open plant for Biggie Cheese. Not going to be an easy retake for Honey Badgers, but they have no reason not to give it a crack.
Oof. My shoe just having that sniff. A lot of attention taken by the Drawn members as well. All around the corner. Insane shots coming through from Sign. And that's going to be the round. Honey Badgers, look, never going to be given up with a lead like this, and they're taking it even further. Just when you thought Next Gen might have been in with an extra breath of fresh air, it's all gone toxic.
Oh, it's so filthy.
Last round in the half.
It's the instant transfer on the Phantom. You know what I'm going to say about that, Mac?
What are you going to say about that, Mitch?
How does that even happen, bro?
Someone clip it. So Billy will never do that
Where
again.
are they?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Twitch chat.
you.
Who's there right now? Carterzer, Reason, I'm looking at you two. Get it done, huh?
Thank you.
You've been called out. If not, thank you. Someone else. Yep.
Contact through art. Alright, dealt with. No smokes for Honey Badgers.
Careful now.
Here.
Oh, Noob
Star.
Star a few years ago in China, Shanghai, hits that.
Oh. Well, 5v4 and Next Gen again in a winning position, but look how much space they have lost. Honey Badgers have gone on a mission of their own. There is going to be that alarm bot put down turret as well, just over towards the position here at mid, and that's going to reveal that there is going to be a flank coming through again, but maybe a timeout. Feta thinking about something, or maybe nothing. Now, 4v4, a little bit of control here. We are going to see this lockdown torn over Woodlong. Under long control, they're trying to hold it, screening the way. And the suppression as well, just stopping them from popping a little curveball through it. So great timing, great spacing. But Honey Badgers are definitely still going to be looking for the round, even being a man down again. It worked before. Nano Swarm going to be invested to slow this down. Sinaway tucked into the corner. C's not going to connect upon him. And the Prowler's just constantly just baiting out these shots now. Someone's got to go have a reload at some point. McGinley deals with Mercer, and now it's just the flank to worry about. But this time, Sinaway shows his Phantom spray control as well. Gets a bit of revenge, and it's going to be 8-4 at the half. But Mitch, is that enough? They look a little worried here in the player
I'm
camps.
a bit worried as well. Veto got so worried that he disappeared from the player camps. Sinaway back on the Senti. Doing good. But I don't know if Next Gen as a whole are playing good enough tonight in the current circumstances. I'm seeing Side shooting a lot of people in the face. I'm seeing Noobster rolling back the ears. And that's going to be pretty tough to beat, I think.
Yeah. A little unlucky for Next Gen. Not bringing their A game, not bringing the Zoomer strats.
Not really sure why they picked this map in the series, to be honest, Mac.
Arguably, like, they would usually be pretty good on this. They probably thought Honey Badgers weren't as cracked as they currently are. But we'll see how the attacking side goes for them. That's going to be Spike on the ground. Mercer defending it and expecting this over-aggression. The offline works for that first pick of the round, and from here it should just be easy sailing for Honey Badgers. You can see Biggie Cheese already chipped down to half HP, but still just jumping and looking for info overlords along. Only going to be able to see Noobster if any, but that's who's going to be in the way. Sinaway, aggressive positioning. Frenzy going to be reloaded, but the hot hand forces him in to the D.
Waiting for Noobster to activate on the speed long lurk. He's still with Biggie Cheese, might be the most important of this round, and unfortunately he loses it. So Biggie Cheese holding onto that part of the map quite nicely here. Side very low. One more kill will give him a hot hands, which can heal him back up.
got concealment.
Point going to be dealt with, but he gets that quick ping onto Biggie Cheese to the back of sight. So, makes it awkward for him, but he's going to be able to fight for himself now. It's all down to Sign, who's looking for that pick. Gets the first, but not the second. Spacing, too good for Next Gen, who secure the second pistol and give themselves a fighting chance here. Input.
Yeah, good turnaround from Next Gen. Much needed pistol. It's not done and dusted just yet, but they're definitely going to need to dig deep. Signed again. One off the ult heading into round 15. He should have it. As long as he dies. At a minimum.
At a bare minimum. Could also get a kill here.
Yeah.
He's got that Sheriff in hand, and man sharp. Noobstar. Could get a suppression off maybe to deal with this Toxic Orb, but we'll see if he bothers or if he's just going to hang around and wait that one out. Oh, McKinley with util in hand. Playing a dangerous game. Oh, going to be put on the Choker Bay main, as now we are going to get that spike put on the ground. Next Gen, the defense looking, oh, I was going to say really good for the moment. McKinley almost whips the spray, and Maishu, his position was known over towards A main. So 4v1, a rough affair for any shoe, even if it is Maishu.
Oh, got a Sheriff shot going straight through Cinderwave's noggin. So that's going to be a couple of guns taken away here. Not a flawless anti-eco by any stretch of the imagination for Next Gen. And with Signed rolling into this round with a run it back, I am quietly concerned. See if we're going to get some kind of a set play off the back of that from Honey Badgers or not. This bonus... not really being super committed to. Just a couple of Sheriffs around the Bulldogs that were saved.
This game putting you to sleep, Mitch?
No, mate, no.
No?
We've got a lot of VALORANT to cast tonight. We've got a whole other series.
True. Upper bracket finale, huh? We'll see how that one goes. By the way, Sign is going forward and looking to create as much space as possible. Curveball's going to be pulled out, which means Better's going to be hitting the ground because he can't fight back if he ain't got no gun out. And it is going to be a little chaotic for a moment. Noobs are going to be able to pick up yet another August, just a Sheriff in hand, and he drops that spike over towards screen side. So that's right into the open. Him and McKinley might be able to make this happen here, but the crossfire is not good enough. The trade does come through. And there's that readjustment as well. The spray gets reset. McKinley, he's in with a shot now. He knows where Mers is coming from and opts to go out in the open in the middle of nowhere. Mercer can't pre-aim this one, has to react, and he won't. It's McKinley with 3 to save the day in the game.
That's a bonus win. They're back in it.
They're back.
They are 100% back in it. They just need to make sure they're keeping their heads screwed on here, and could be a double Pearl. Really need a clean anti-eco here. Then they've got the economy rolling. I mean, the economy already looking good, Mac. And listen, from that point, I mean, Noobster had a great first half, but, you know, Signed is going to need some help from the boys to get this game done. Because Next Gen are not giving up.
Well, one way set up. McKinley going to deal with that haunt nice and early. But Honey Badgers looking for an answer. And that answer seems to be in the form of Sheriffs. And they're all grouped up as well. Oh, there's that first pick, August. Finds a nice headshot there with the spam into Art, and now with the man down, Honey Badgers to maybe send it a different direction. Prowler going to be dealt with as well from McKinley. They don't know it's him, so they might still think there's someone playing aggro over towards the lane side. Killjoy set up bloody not only on B, but over towards lane as well. And that could get bloody dangerous if Honey Badgers force their way in this direction, but it looks like it's going in Next Gen's favor.
Just need to do any kind of economic damage or they're going to make this game very hard on themselves. Turret will take contact for Cineway here. Smoke gets popped off the back of that. Gonna try and scale in here with the Phoenix wall, but the spam comes through from the entire team.
Oh, Sinaway.
Last
Man's
player
damn low.
standing. 10
They're
seconds
living.
left.
Spike on the ground.
Spike down B. Long.
And I love the discipline until Fed at the side of the swing real damn hard there. Man was hungry to prove a point, to send a message. And they've certainly sent it back into a draw. 8-8 at the moment. As Honey Badgers are going to be able to buy up into round 16.
Yeah, they got to find something on this attacking side sooner rather than later. They're looking a lot flatter than what we saw on defense, that's for sure. And NXG has got a pretty good defensive comp. So, you know, really pretty difficult to deal with the Viper. You know, double controller Senti can give you a couple issues. It'll be a 1-3-1 here. Next gen taking a contact over towards shop and it completely backfires. Whoa! They're all dead. Whoa! They're all dead.
They're all dead. Honey Badgers coming through with a dub with mid control. Sinaway able to answer with one. Does have that lockdown online, and Biggie Cheese has a difficulty as well. But is Sinaway going to be able to get the safety? The answer is no. That turret taking contact, but he took a little bit too long to get to any safe position. And had too many numbers running into him. So we'll see what Biggie Cheese is going to be able to do in the 1v3.
Yeah, he's had a clutch or two this game already.
Triple cheeseburger.
Oh.
Can it happen?
Don't make me hungry, Mac.
Mate, I'm starving. It's dinner time. And Biggie Cheese, he got the grill firing, but unfortunately he forgot the meat.
Idea. Again.
Well, Honey Badgers hit back. Less so off their own, you know, ingenious strats, and more so from next gen kind of walking into them. But sometimes it'd be like that. A lot of ults here for next gen, and they still have cash to keep reinvesting. One off the KO and the Viper ult, so a couple of tricky rounds for Honey Badgers to navigate through. They're also close to a lot of big ults. This game's about to get real messy over the next couple of rounds.
Big ults, crazy visuals everywhere. Lots of colors.
Ooh.
Maybe some pits.
Yep. Get your pits out, get your bits out. Honey Badger's gonna go take art. Get rid of that turret. See, in the meanwhile, they've taken a main control. Veto wants to contest here, though.
Ooh. Spam coming through. But no one finding any damage at all, except for Noobstar, who's read that perfectly, saw the curveball coming and knew that there was a sign not too far behind the flash there. And we're going to see him flash his way forward as well. Trying to use that screen against next gen at the moment. He's starting to flood in through art side as well as the two coming from main. This is going to be extremely difficult for Sinaway with 3 HP. Make it zip. He's gone. Noobstar connecting again.
Spike down.
And he's going to fall. So just like that, next gen doing enough work to get across the line. I thought that was going to be a Honey Badgers round after the initial picks coming through, but I was wrong.
That's a massive round from August.
Yeah.
Big 3K from him. He's starting to fire up. That'll definitely help next gen get through this. That's a big round for them to win. That kind of messes with Honey Badger's economy pretty hard here. And they're going to force into this one. I don't think that's advisable. There's no reset potential on next gen here. All forcing really does is put you in a position where you're going to get your economy reset and potentially lose the game, I think. Got a couple of ults to work with. Maybe that's what they want to utilize here. Lockdown, run it back. Out comes the run it back from Feta.
Feta, just better. Is usually what I'd say, but this time having a bit of a rough affair there in the run it back. Big chip damage on a Maishu, but couldn't finish the job. And if you don't finish the job, Mitch, you don't get paid.
Yep. Which is why the only reason I'm not leaving right now. And look, that run it back doesn't get too much else done either. It's creating a lot of space for the walkthrough art though.
Oof. But will they find this timing? You can see that Sinaway, He's still here. He's got that Lockie online, but he's playing quite aggressive, waiting for the push through the choke. There's going to be smokes thrown, Nebula, Gravwell, you name it, it's all in the way. And this time, Sinaway, he's just going to keep on fighting. No, lockdown seems to be not necessary.
One enemy
With that port
remaining.
across the top, Maishu, one bullet, he's
Spike
gone. There's the
down A.
spike in the hands of Next Gen. And it's only signed, we're looking for a 1v5 angle.
Flawless.
This is going to be extremely difficult, especially if Sinaway starts to fire up like that.
Put him back on the
This is
senti.
the Sinaway we were expecting in this series.
angles I can't.
Put him. He should never have been taken off the Killjoy. Absolute madness, if you ask me. He's a savant on the Sentinel role. And that force buy has put Honey Badgers in the hole, Mac. This is a
How deep's the hole?
terrible position for him. Do Honey Badgers live in holes? I don't even know. Maybe.
I'll Google that for you. Just give me a sec.
Cute. And it is just an eco. May as well learn something. Or half buy. Because if they do, they might be living there for the rest of this game.
Careful now.
A reactive util for the defense as the pressure comes into Link. Attack side, just working a bit of mid control. Bloody Noobsters on an adventure towards B, mate. He's out. He's way out there. He's trying to take the ring to Mortar or something. I don't even know. Rest of the boys trying to split
That's
it.
a big hole. That's a big hole. Hey? Mount Doom.
Sleep.
Oh,
It looks like I'm seeing holes. I do think Honey Badgers live in holes.
yeah, okay. We were praising Sinaway for his excellent positioning and great play all game long, and he was just caught by the art split, playing on the stairs there. So, caster skirts in full effect.
Gotta love it. Honey Badgers paying us for that one, surely. Well, Next Gen still with the man advantage for now, so
30 seconds left.
Signed is the one person you don't want to pick up a Vandal, and he's just done that. It's been shuffled across. Biggie Cheese on the offline, really locking him into Art, and happy to play for the retake. Mercer goes forward all on his own, and that might just be where the round could have been lost.
2 more kills
They
in the
plant.
night, then he gets his runner back.
Going up.
Okay.
Last player standing.
That means he gets 2 lives, 2 opportunities, but he's going to use the first before he gets the second, Mitch. And Mercer, 22 points of health, the Sheriff in hand, and a rough fight to take there. Trying to swing at the same time as August is bloody running him down. And Next Gen, okay. Look, we had a few words to say about him going into the second half, but here they are. They're showing up just when it's needed.
It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that? Just me?
100%. I counted them out of this game, but it's worth mentioning. I mean, Honey Badgers have just completely left their foot off the gas pedal. They're up 8-4.
Yeah.
The only round they got was when Next Gen kind of walked into them in middle and tried a 1-3-1. And since Next Gen has gone to the world, that wasn't very good. Let's do what was working. Honey Badgers have not found an answer for it at all.
Yeah, they got decent ults this round to try to make something work, but it looks like they're going to try to go against the grain. You look at what they have and you think, okay, maybe that's just going to be one of those easy B-side hits, but they're going to be sending it to A instead. There's going to be nanos in the way, alarm bot as well. Merza, if he lives here, that'd be phenomenal, but he's definitely dead. Signed as well, knocked straight out of the run it back. They will get sight eventually, Honey Badgers, as well as the man advantage, so it's looking pretty good.
Well, that snake bite going to force a couple of the boys off the site. Cosmic comes out and Snow coming in for the lurk.
Making his way on the flank. And just waiting for a timing. Has that grab well to pull him off the spike if they tap it. But with the pit in the way, this is going to be so difficult for the A main players to play from for Next Gen. And they're tapping it. They're trying to make something happen. Waiting for that aggression. McKinley's gone. And that's going to be a hit going all the way down. Signed with another ridiculous spray transfer to make it happen again in the post plant. And that's going to be 10 secured. Next Gen, they looked good for so damn long, but maybe the tides of momentum are changing.
Oh, I don't know. Still plenty of chances here for Next Gen. That was a pretty big set play off the ults, you know. KO ult and the Phoenix ult really helped them run through the brick wall defense there. I don't know if they are going to be able to make it work without access to those kind of tools, but let's see. Next gen, some good retake potential here with the lockdown and the run it back. Mercer still with his own lockdown online. He's playing entry Killjoy last round, running into all the util. Taking one for the team. Probably wants Signed alone alive in the post plant. McKinley trying to make it difficult for the attackers to take lead control here. Orb goes up and my shoot just walks in for free.
Nice shot. McKinley looking a little bit more sharp now. Nano not going to be doing too much damage as Veto keeps going forward. It'll be found by Mercer, so slowing things down for the moment. Biggie Cheese, aggression over towards Belong. Gets a whole bunch of control in that regard. Spike rotating back to B though, but the numbers so strong for next gen. Yeah. If they don't put a 12th on here, then something's wrong.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with the Honey Badger's attack side at the moment.
Placing swarm grenade.
Biggie Cheese going to be spotted. Last ditch effort on Mercer. Oh, he's thinking of holding onto that lockdown. Biggie Cheese jiggling, fed up, falling. This is not looking good now. Wall in the way, creates a bunch of space. Sinaway swinging on CT, but the timing of the push from Biggie Cheese couldn't have been better. And next gen keep 3 alive, still have some ults online, but then so does Honey Badgers as well. So we'll see if they're going to be able to bring it back.
Yeah, I think this one's probably kind of done and dusted, man. Like, one round, the only rounds that Honey Badgers have got this half is NXG walking into them, and then a round where they had run it back KO ult back to back and still only scraped through the post plant. Next gen just bigger, faster, stronger on the defense at the moment.
I've got you, bruv.
And it doesn't really feel like Honey Badgers has an answer. It doesn't feel like they're playing particularly well either. Haven't really been a fan of Noobster on the perma lurk over towards B long on the KO, personally. Run it backs here again for Signed, and it's probably him who has to make a big play to keep this game competitive. It's a bit of a mixed buy for Honey Badgers. In he goes.
The next gen showing a lot of respect, falling all the way off site. Signed still living, cost him a 3-point health or 2, but man's just going to be able to clear out the back side over towards that hit side. And the push forward. Sinaway goes down, and that's going to be the lockdown. Almost done. Okay, detainment onto Noobster, and everyone pushes in to try to save him. There's a whole lot of space to play with. And this is now looking good for Honey Badgers. They're just trying to retake this art control. They'll find it through the wall. At least.
Man advantage post plant. Even without the best of weaponries, this is not going to be easy with the Nano on the spike.
Nano's there. I think there may be a grab well to use as well. No, that one's already gone, so. He's just going to keep on making these smokes go down. Fed has gone all on his own forward and gets spammed in through that nebula. They're just waiting for flashes to come through. August fishing for anything.
Last player standing.
And it doesn't look bloody good at all for him. Next gen losing another. And OT definitely now on the cards.
Going to be pretty much an ultless round to close things out. August closest to his for NXG. Fade ult for my shoot. Just feels like Signed is the key at the moment for Honey Badgers. If he has run it back, if he's able to actually get his entry on and create space for the boys, then they have a bit of a chance. But without him, they kind of feel like they're dead in the water a lot of the time. X-Gen have been by far the better team this half. But just one more will push it into OT here. Signed going to force it in through link, a main control for Next Gen. Spam's going back and forth from both of these teams, and still no one going down at the start of the round here. Looks like Sinaway wants to fight.
Ooh, hot hands. Just back into the corner, and now we're going to see some connector control attempt from Honey Badgers. Nice trade coming through. Side on the ground, which makes things that much harder for Honey Badgers, especially if Biggie gets a multi like that. Almost gets the third, but it's going to be answered with more. And Honey Badgers bring it to a one-man advantage. They know where McKinley was sitting before, but now he's already made his way to C, and he hears all these footsteps going straight back to A. They've made the call.
We got space to go for an open plant here. Keep an eye on McKinley's diagonal wall. Could give him a bit of space to try and lurk up art. Hawk goes in, clears out dugout there. It's just going to be a default plant. what utility they got. Nano on the spike. Alarm bot's going to cover up some of that art flank, but not all of it. So McKinley is going to have space into art. Turret's active on the flank, so next gen, that's not an option for them.
It's looking interesting. I don't know if McKinley gets it done here and now. Got no util to work with as soon as that wall is out of the equation, and that's right now. McKinley pushing forward, just waiting to find that second player. First spotted, but my corner is not going to be seen at all. Big round from Honey Badger to bring that back. Mirza, I think he got a two-man spray down over towards lane side. That nearly saved the round and the map as well. And now we're all the way to OT.
Yeah, that was massive from him. I was just saying someone else needed to step up on Honey Badgers, and you had a couple of them start to put a bit of a shift in. So straight into OT now. It's going to be Honey Badgers back on the defense. Next gen, we're really struggling to find anything on their attack. Honestly, Veto has had a very slow day today by his standards. See what the go-to is going to be for next gen here.
I am with you.
It's a complete retake on A for Honey Badgers, so that's going to be a fight for Art and Link from a couple of the players here.
Well, mid control. It's something we didn't see too much from next gen earlier on. It was usually Honey Badgers just fighting for it. Heavy presence there this time though. Oh, he looks damn good. Hot hands, Torsten, El Snow out into the open. He's going to be able to set up the rest of the boys for success, so it turns into a 2 for 2.
Spike.
August and Feta so damn low, but as you've mentioned, Spike is down. And oh, look at this, signed. He is pushing. He's found a whole bunch of control, but he's pulled a flash out at the worst possible moment. And Biggie Cheese now takes the lead in terms of the numbers.
Moves to the take next contact. He wasn't expected on this angle, and he's going to multi-frag for 2. Iggy now 1-on-1. Last spotted at B main. You can see Mirza in hot pursuit. He's got the Cosmic at 4 stars. Going to rip the Cosmic diagonally across the site. Taps it first. Really awkward to walk through on that angle, but he does it anyway. Going to go clear out Link. Is he going to go back to A here? He's giving Mirza a lot of time here.
30 seconds left.
Looks like that tap's going to be heard. Wall has a little bit of time to allow Biggie to move some. Oh, but does he get out in time? The timing. Mirza spotted in the side. Oh, and there's that kill. Biggie gets it done and puts next gen in the lead yet again, 13 to 12. But can they make it happen here on the defense?
But no one is in need.
This was a pretty good half for them, for the most part. Gonna get attack pause. Give the boys the time to chat. I think I'd be backing next gen to close out on their defense. Their attack side was what struggled. In fact, the attack side for both of these teams kind of struggled, which is surprising considering it's Pearl. Cinnaway, big Game of Thrones fan apparently. And I'd say this is a tactical pause in the sense that I know that Norson has a very small bladder and needs to constantly go and pee. So I can almost guarantee that that's going to be the case for both of the twins.
It's all that creatine. It's all that creatine, baby. And if I'm wrong, look, I'm wrong. They might just genetically have smaller bladders, and that's okay.
Have you had your creatine today, Mac?
Mate, I've had me 2 scoops.
Good on you, mate. Proud of you.
We are well saturated.
Scoops at what? So like 10 grams?
No, just 5 or 6, maybe a little more.
Oh, so you did? They're like 2.5, 3 gram scoops.
Yeah, cool. It's like a flat teaspoon is 3.2 grams. So I have 2 of those. I was having 1 for a while, but I've upped it to see if we get any differences. Either way, Biggie Cheese, he is flexed on Honey Badgers at the moment.
Takes that side. Can't really have much more impact than that.
Change 2. Oof.
Oh dear.
Ooh.
Jump spot punished by Noobstar, who's attack side operating on KO.
Yeah, you can't do that. And El Snow's looking for a timing. Big flash. Gives McKinley the info that they were looking for. He's going to fall off the line. He's managed to catch a timing there on a Noobster who thinks he's still on the back of sight.
This is on the lurk towards 8. Trying to pull rotations, look for a pick here. 2-man crossfire off McKinley's contact was an absolute treat against Noobstar, and they just lost half their team like nothing.
And they might have just lost the bloody map here in OT. Mitch Merza pushing forward and trying to create some space for Myshu. But Sinaway in a nice position here on the short side, closer to the corner, means that Merza is easy pickings. Didn't see Sinaway coming at all, and now Myshu is looking to commit at range, because that dink at range. But in the 1v4, Sinaway knows he'd be a silly bugger to take a fight like that, so we'll regroup and look to go with the numbers. 20 seconds, and there's way too many around the corner there. And there you have it, Next Gen. From however bloody hard down they were, I think it was 4 at the half, managed to take us all the way into OT and all the way to a third map here in the series.
Yeah, that was massive. I mean, you had a big half to open for Honey Badgers. They looked like they were going to run away with the game. But credit to Next Gen, they had a good defensive comp. They had a really good approach to Pearl's side defense. It felt like a lot of the time, if Honey Badgers were going to take a round, they would have had to run through a brick wall. They were having to invest to run it backs and the KOs and things like that, or someone was going to have to come up clutch. And I think Next Gen just showing a little bit more consistency on that defensive side for themselves, and closing it out quite nicely. So they've got a chance in this series, even though they're playing with a stand-in. Chucking Sinaway back on that Senti role was a big boost to things, but just in general, they're playing quite well across the board. August had a couple of big rounds there. I think Veto having a real slow day by his standards. 150 ACS on the Phoenix is, yeah, not what you'd expect from him, to be honest.
Yeah, a bit of a slow one, but either way, Biggie Cheese really lifting. Sinaway snatching away that MVP with a couple of nice first kills. Definitely started to fire up about halfway through the game. Halfway through that second half, really, is when he started to have huge impact. Locked it down at OT, and then also did a little bit of extra work there in OT to lock out the game. So you can't fault him, really, now that he is back on that Sentinel. But the question is, how are these roles going to be shifted going into that third map, Mitch? Because things could get dangerous again.
Yeah, I mean, we're going into Fracture, so we'll see what we're going to get out of it. You've had a fair few reps from both of these teams. 2 games for Next Gen. They beat Fun Crew on this map. Honey Badgers beaten a couple different teams with different iterations of their roster. Yeah, beating Bobo recently, so it could be anyone's game, really.
Certainly could be, and we'll see whose game it is after the break. We got Fracture coming up as map number 3. Ladies and gents, buckle those seatbelts because you're in for a ride.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
If you come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Oh, and then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Oceania, where we're having a damn good first series of the day. It looked like Next Gen were down and out and gone out of the series, but they managed to fight their way all the way back, not only into the series, but into that map. They took it, they put it in their own pocket, and they are very, very happy with themselves about it, of course. Now, before we jump into Fracture, for you guys at home, of course, I've got to read here. I'm just gonna in my radio voice. Ready? Too many hours in front screen taking a toll on your eyes? Try Biocode Lab, the official daily supplement of LPL. Use code LPL Season 1 at checkout at biocodelab.com to unlock 20% off your order. Biocode Lab in the chat to find out more. Exclamation Biocode Lab.
If Mac was taking his Biocode Lab today, he wouldn't have to wear his glasses, but
it's not how it works. It doesn't. It's not like LASIK. It's not like laser eye surgery. It is just to support healthy eyes and a healthier body, healthier mind. All the good stuff. By the way, let's have a quick talk about what was going on in map number 2 there. Pearl, interesting affair. There was walls everywhere. There was flashes everywhere. There was players playing damn good on one half and then not so good on the second half, and then players that felt like they completely disappeared at moments in the game as well. Either way, lots of clutches, lots of 1v1, so it really could have gone any direction. But it was Next Gen that took it in OT. So, Honey Badgers might be kicking themselves, not closing it out 2-0. Either way, they've got a third map to play here. And Pearl, I don't know if the momentum is going to be, soul-crushing for either one of these teams.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like that should have probably been Honey Badgers having it in the bag the way that game was going. They got this 8-4 half. Could have even been like a 9-3 half, realistically. But Next Gen, I think once they switched over to defense, they were quite comfortable. They had a good comp for it. And all of the boys kind of stepped up, played a super well-rounded game. The tempo completely shifted when it was 8-4. Next Gen got that last round of attack, and then they won pistol, and they got themselves a really strong start. Got their economy rolling, and from there they were just able to be quite dominant on defense. All of the boys had a round or two. August had a round or two here or there. Sinaway had a round or two here or there. Biggie Cheese had a couple clutches. All the boys kind of putting in a shift for Next Gen to turn this series around. And at points it wasn't really looking too winnable. I think, Side was doing his best. He was kind of in hard carry mode. Some of the other boys on Honey Badgers played pretty decently around him. Noobstar, particularly in the first half, was playing quite well, but I think a little bit too much inconsistency. Didn't really like the attack side approach from Honey Badgers, and I think that kind of cost them, to be honest. Sinaway on the MVP, no gripes about that, bro. Chuck him back on the Killjoy. I'd never want to see this man on Sova again. Should always be on the Senti role in this team. Maybe in the future, you know, he can flex around on his roles. But the form that he's been in across VALORANT Challenges Oceania this season, I just want to see him be on his main agents because he just delivers, bro.
Yeah, give him back the bloody Sentis. Give him back the everything. Give him because he's just so handsome.
Give him everything.
Looking.
He deserves everything. He's such a good boy.
Yeah, give him those toilet breaks as well. You know, quick tack pauses just in case. You know, the human body just does some silly things. Other way, speaking of silly things, Fracture. Do you think it's going to be silly? Or do you think it's going to be good?
Good, I would say.
Okay. For who?
Us, because it's going to be a great game.
So you don't want to make any predictions after your bold statements on Pearl?
I thought that they would know how to play attack.
I thought so too.
But they don't know how to play attack.
No. And then that kind of just goes to show why Next Gen might have picked Pearl. Because they're like, hey, we know how to play both sides. Hey?
Maybe. I'm not convinced they knew how to play attack either, but that's a story for another time. Fracture. Next Gen, last time they played it was against Fun Crew, and they like a bit of a funky comp on this map. Have you seen it, Mac? Have you seen their comp?
No. Tell me about the comp.
Okay, so it starts off normal. Okay? Breach.
Yep.
Brimstone. Cypher. Neon. Yoru.
Huh?
Neon Yoru
Where?
comp.
How?
I don't know. They beat Fun Crew with it.
All right.
That's their double duelists. They played against Fun Crew's double duelists and won the game. Honey Badgers play pretty much the same comp, but instead of the Neon, instead of the Yoru, they play a KO. And they have played Bobo very close on this map, lost in OT. And then they also beat Fun Crew in the regular season, but that was probably with a bit of a different team. And actually, the cores of these two teams played each other in the regular season. That was when Jelly D and Maple were playing those, so I don't think that really counts. But they did play Fracture against each other, and that was a 13-9 win for Honey Badgers, even though that was a BFG pick back then. So
what makes Yoru good?
I don't know. I actually don't think I've seen any team play Yoru on Fracture yet. So
Fast
I guess
rotation,
we'll find out.
Thinking maybe little TP up into heaven, huh? Maybe some sick lineups with those. Was it gate crash flashes? I guess you can pop those around the corners. I don't know, I'm just trying to think theoretically how the bloody hell it works.
I don't really know.
Poppies through the neon wall, maybe. Oh, okay. Neon fast lane. Yep. And while Neon fast lanes up, get Neon to go in, you send the fake set of footsteps with it, but then you're on the other side.
I mean, the thing is though, you don't need Yoru for that because people already do that with Neon, where they just throw the fast lane up and they throw fakes without the Yoru, and it kind of works. So,
okay. Okay.
Could see that though.
The players are faking us out by not being ready to jump into the game yet. So guess what? We're going to a break before map number 3. See you in a sec.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
If you come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Oh, and then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, she sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite. Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7.
Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned at the QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Whoa! And then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
I hope you all had a little nana nap and you're ready for some gameplay, because we got some gameplay on the menu on the smorgasbord for you. Hey, I'm Mac, this is Pilly, and we're about to jump into Game 3 between Next Gen and the other team, which is Honey Badgers, which is slightly different to the normal Badgers. They like honey a little bit more.
Yep, honey's pretty nice. You know, sometimes some people put it in their coffee, some people put it in their pancakes. What's your favorite place to put honey?
Hey, well, you don't want to know. I can't actually say that on broadcast. But look, at the same time, VALORANT Challenges Oceania is a damn good place for a bit of fun. And we got Stackm Ellipsis in the server with us. So he's going to be taking...
It's like Scatman.
Stackman. It's Stackman. He's actually the coach of Next Gen. Unfortunately, due to August having internet issues, August now can't play the 3rd map of the series, and the coach is going to be jumping in. So that's where we're at, and we're going to see how that one plays out. But it is going to be time to jump in and see what Fracture has for us.
Okay, I am keen. It is interesting to note that NXG has changed their comp since last time they played. Maybe it's because their coach is playing. What do you think, Mac?
I was drinking, which is why I didn't respond instantly. I wasn't leaving you on red, I swear. But speaking of red, Next Gen on the attacking side, looking like they are going to try to pinch a B straight off the bat. We'll see how this one works for him. 15 seconds left in warm-up, and all I can see from Honey Badgers is 2 single men, rather, up towards Tower.
Hello.
If you want to know if they're available, single doesn't mean available, just add them on Twitter.
Noobstop, Berzot, LFGF, maybe. Gonna be the flash into arcade. Boombot goes up, and in comes the split into B.
Push it forward, fed up, has that paint shells to play with. Noobster, Frenzy at that range. Gets a nice bit of damage on the Biggie Cheese. That's going to be smokes down, but they've already been used as well. So maybe it doesn't matter. Flash ready for Stackman New, who wants to make his way forward. And now he's going to be left last alive. What's the coach got for us here? He's stuck between a wall and a hard place, and the right click gets it done. 48 points health on Flash, and a bloody dream. 2 bullets. He didn't get that reload off in time, and he's not going to have anything to shoot back. So Honey Badger's coming through with a solid defense on the B side of Fracture here, and also a defensive pistol.
Look, Noobster got 3 in that round, but he got killed by the coach. So, yeah, I don't know if good round or bad round from Noobster, honestly.
Okay.
Thoughts?
Well, Stackmandu is as good as McKinley, so the brains on the team seems to be the brawn right now. The other three, absolutely useless. Put them in the bin. Why are they here?
Oh, toxic.
No, it's just, I've used, Mitch, so I've looked at what's going on right now. I've used the statistics, and as an analyst, I've figured out and formulated an opinion.
Right.
And it's my opinion. And as you said, if you don't agree with it, get out of town.
Get out of town.
Get out of town.
I will. Maybe I will.
Where you going?
Sneeko. I don't know. Maybe the Gong.
Oh, good place to go, hey? I'll recommend that one. You want some food suggestions? I got you. Just let me know.
Chico's.
Chico's, yep. Super King, like 4 years ago, maybe not so much now. They jacked up the prices.
Okay. Well,
yep.
Speaking of
jacking up the prices.
Jacking up the prices.
Where's this in? Come on. Where you going? This round got extremely costly for next gen because they bought sheriffs and they dead.
They dead.
They dead.
Wow, he's so good at casting. Look, this is an A split, which is maybe going to get a little scary. Oh dear, Scientist taking first contact, and he's already lost a lot of HP.
Yeah, rough position to be in. Paint shells might buy some space. The Biggie Cheese is going to be pushing forward. Cineway can't see a thing. Timing's no damn good for Honey Badgers, and with minimal time remaining, next gen, they're going to be able to cross the site just in time. Spike going to be planted safe. Mirza wants to jump up towards the top of drop and try and deal with Cineway before going for the retake here. Noobstar just drawing a whole bunch of attention. Awkward position for McKinley to be in. And oh, Stackmandu, what's he got for us? Tucked away on site, chipped down, damn low. It's all up to Cineway now on the 1v2, and that smoke's in the way. Tracken's too good. And Honey Badgers, they salvage the bad situation. Back for a second round.
Still a bad situation though, isn't it? Lost,
in the long run, yeah, maybe.
Guns, no armor, retained.
Again.
Only good news is that Noobs has won off his orbital. But outside of that, that was a bit of a stinker of a round. NXG now have some pretty good potential to be picking this round up, and if Honey Badgers are going to invest in this round, they are going to potentially get broke here. Looks like they're just going to buy down to 2k and kind of half buy this round, try and do some economic damage.
Minnie has asked in Twitch chat, how has Stackmandu debuted in the elimination finals? That's a great question.
In the third map.
In the third map of the elim finals.
The third map.
Going out with a bang.
Of the top 4 in Oceania. Well, I'm glad you asked, Minimize. That is a great question. See, here in Oceania, it is a struggle just to get 5 players on a team playing an official.
Well, big shot from Zoo.
Yep. We got there.
Yep. We got there.
Here comes Zoo.
What you gonna do when the Zoo come at you? That's the real question the people are asking. And Gao's paint shells gonna be able to knock him away for a moment. Round wind comes through.
That was a save. That was.
And that's what the Zoo do.
That's what the Zoo do.
Yep.
Straight out of the Zoo, I guess.
He come at you, he throw poo. And he do what he need to do.
Is he a monkey?
His name's Zoo. I thought, you know.
Is he from Planet of the Apes?
Animals defecate.
Yep. I see.
And that's the only place my brain went. And because the word rhymed.
Yep.
I'll stop rhyming just for you, Mitch. I'm sorry.
So animals, yep. Zoo.
Don't worry.
Steve Irwin. I don't know.
Oh, I can't wait for this game to be over so I can eat my curry. Either way. Next gen. Dunzo. Cineway and Biggie Cheese, they have about a 2% chance of winning this round in the 2v5. They got control of the site, but the Spike is undefeated. The Badgers, and Badgers are pretty damn sharp, at least in the teeth department, but pretty good with the mouse as well, apparently.
Yeah. have to probably get some custom mice made. Because I think honey badgers probably eat mice. If you think about it.
Probably. Do they not eat honey? I thought they would just eat honey.
Their entire diet is just honey.
Yeah.
They look like that. They just survive on honey only.
Yeah, same. Bears just survive on honey.
Bears eat fish and berries, Mac.
No, they don't.
All kinds of
Have you
stuff.
not watched Winnie the Pooh?
Here's the contact.
Go Zoo.
Oh, straight downstairs. It's a 1-for-1. McKinley. Is that orb? He can get the orb. He can get the res.
Oh. Noobstar, able to get out of dodge, play around those default boxes, cage in the way, but Mirza playing a dangerous game, going forward to try to help out his brother. And on the B side of things, there is going to be Mirza to say, I'm the better cypher. I'm the rap god here. Better. Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Just better.
You will not kill my allies.
I shoot 1 on 3. Rez comes in onto Biggie Cheese, who has a Molotov, but no more Sky Smokes. And NXG are just going to slow this one down. They're going to try not to lose. They're going to hold hands, maybe cry a little bit, and then see what they want to go to do from there.
Mashu edging. Better on the offline, but it's not going to work regardless. Fault line slows down McKinley, and the aftershock as well is going to force him into the open. He has to fight here, and Mashu really close to winning this 1v3. He's going to push forward, has one more flash to play with. Biggie Cheese is going to go for the full wrap around the front side, or at least down the zip for the moment, expecting the wrap. No tap, and there's the round in the bag. Biggie Cheese does it for BFG.
In the worst way possible, because they invested Sage Res.
May I request?
Yes.
Biggie Cheese takes BFG out of his name.
Well, you see, Mac.
Yep.
I don't know that they have control over what they are named.
That goes there.
In the game.
Sometimes that no.
Can't you change your name?
I mean, is this not tournament realm?
Can you? Wait. You sunk my battleship.
Oh my god, fed up. Gets his orb, gets his showstopper. Sinaway on the lurk here. At the dish. See if he's going to make a meal of it.
Or El Snow looking to cause an avalanche here, and that's going to be a big dub for him, but a bit of pressure on the upper extremity. He finds Maestro as well, so that's going to be some flashes out of the equation. Feta doing a little bit of work and looking to go forward here. Will create some space on site, but they still need to deal with El Snow, who's living at drop. He's stopping the push, and he's going to be able to get that suppression down onto Stackman Do as well.
Oh my god.
So
Crash has
man's
called
in a
it.
rough position.
Stackman Do, 1v2. What's he going to do? Come on, you got to keep it going, Mac.
40 seconds. It looks like we're going to see him rotate.
He's one off
30
the
seconds
Rolling
left.
Thunder. Fault line comes back up. He edges his way through defender's spawn. Over to Jenny. He's starting to power up. He crosses Jenny and he starts running. All of this is heard by Noobstar. Oh, it's an open plant.
Open plant, but on the safe side, so Noobster can't stop it, won't spot him. Or knife out, sun's out, guns out just in time, but he won't shoot back because Noobster too sharp. And looks like next gen aren't going to be able to stack two together. No matter what they do, Stackman Do definitely needed the crew to get across to Catman Do.
This might be the worst cast of our career.
It honestly could be, but I'm definitely feeling like next gen are in a very rough position.
Yeah, look.
With this situation that they've put themselves in. Well, that Milky's put themselves in. You know, Wesh just had a banger little comment earlier. Yep. Did you see it?
I don't.
Have you not gone to have you not opened Twitch chat yet, just in case something funny comes on? No.
No.
Okay, missing person report. Milky_Valorant. Current whereabouts unknown.
Oh, hilarious.
Hilarious. Well, looks like we are going to see Next Gen again. Just trying to pump their way in towards the B side of things, and it's worked for at least one entry. Nukes is gone, so Smoke's out of the equation. Orbital has forced him out into the open, and now we're going to see Next Gen quite low. Null command might just be the answer, or Biggie Cheese had that wall to play around, but he's gone into grave, and it's all up to Feta now. Bulldog in hand, and it might be all bark, no bite here. Swinging, Mirza ready, and everyone's had a crack at Feta. Look at that, 4 assists, 1 kill.
I was looking
But
at
Honey Badgers securing a 6th.
That's teamwork right there. Love to see it. Rolling Thunder, Orbital online here for NXG. So those could be some good ults to try and get themselves around. Outside of that though, I mean, look, what can you say about this game, Mac? They're playing with the coach stand-in. Honey Badgers is looking pretty good. They're probably going to win.
Yeah, at the moment, pretty good affair. Seem to be all sorted with their complementary defensive setups playing off one another. Looking to take that map control on both sides. You can see the arcade push coming out as well as the A main push going back the other direction. And it's only Sinaway lurking there at A main. So the drop push will be coming through, but you can see Honey Badgers are well aware of this as a possibility. Sign, Jiggling, still going to get taken out. Perfect timing on the peak from McKinley. And the crosshair placement's damn good too. Okay. A-site defense is torn to shreds. Zoo only going to be able to find one there. And that's certainly not enough.
Player standing.
As Mirza now is going to be left as the last player alive. 1v5 angle. Do you think he's got this?
Andy just got deleted, bro.
Yeah.
Mirza, 1v5? Nah.
Ninja defuse.
Nah.
Hey?
Nah.
Ninja.
I don't think so.
Mirza rhymes with ninja.
Does he get people to do the Fortnite dance as well?
Probably. Which one?
The one where he's not seeing much movement.
That's true. He's just chilling as CT.
Guys.
Oh, Cage for the halfie for the full wrangle. He's missed it. He's definitely missed that.
Oh, you reckon?
Yeah. He's missed the opportunity.
Pretty good. Well, pretty good at counting, Mac.
Yeah, Next Gen. A second round has been found.
Yes, this should do.
Lovely stuff.
They climb the mound.
They have the orbital strike. Is that right?
The onions browned because they're cooking.
They're cooking?
Yep.
Got to start with onions and garlic.
That's true. That's true. Got to have a good base to every meal. To every recipe. Oh, fault line coming back the other direction, and we could be on for a bit of action here at Dish. But it looks like we are going to see Honey Badgers relinquish that control. So moving all the way back into CT, and Next Gen could be on for another. Elsno, the only one to hang around there at drop, so no trade potential at all. And Signed just waiting for any more pressure to come through here. The offline, oh, it looks damn good for a moment before the trade starts to come through. McKinley there, and flashes going forward. Fault line back online. MyShoot able to push forward with all that util. And Honey Badgers, they have a little bit of a rough time in the previous round, but they are going to be able to pick up the pieces and turn it into 7-2.
Game from pretty much all the boys on the Badgers. I think it's been a pretty good series from Elsno so far, though. He had a good one on this first map. Second map on thrown on the smoke's a bit quieter, and then this map back to fragging up. Good stuff from him. Orbital's still there for Biggie, and XG running out of cash. Can't afford to lose this round, or this could be a 10-2. Pretty darn quickly. 9-3, 10-2, something around that scoreline.
Cam dealt with. Fed up. Wait for the swing. Noobs just stunned up, worried.
Oh, a bit late.
Is
If they'd done it straight away, then he would have gone down for sure.
Yeah.
Out of charges.
So a little slow on the coordination there. Biggie just couldn't quite find it. And we are going to see the rotation all the way back to A instead. Straight into the attacker spawn. And Sinway's making a little bit of noise. Is able to get that neural theft off just in time. Elsno swings, but is not going to live to tell that tale. And now all the info is in the hands of Next Gen.
Oh, no, you can't do that. Come on,
You're
mate.
not allowed to do that one, mate. Or at least give him a bloody moment's notice, huh? You're going to pay his tax last minute, hey? Oh.
Didn't know something about that.
Last player standing.
Oh no. Noobster did not deserve a wrecked. 1v5? Mirza 1v5? Mac?
Hey, Mirza 1v5 angle? Yeah. He's doing a little bit of movement this time.
Almost.
Very close to that one. Flawless round coming out of Next Gen. 3 on the board now, which means that they actually have a pretty good fighting chance for the moment. Let's have a Stackmandu check-in. 2, 8, and 3.
Bro, it's his first official, I think.
I didn't look at the numbers before I said it. Thank you.
He did not even have a chance to warm up. He's just been dropped in it, and you're just reading his score out on stream.
LPL, I thought they were helping him out. They were just hiding his stats real quick. Just pulling the API offline. And now look, we have 2 suppressions coming through. So Honey Badgers ready for this arcade aggression again. Good flash. Good position though. From Elsno, who's still just tucked away below heaven, but that Boonbot is going to really position. Nice little pop flash forward. It's good to get the line on the Biggie Cheese, force better away, so no revenge coming through for Next Gen just yet, but Noobster is going to fall in the process.
On the trip, dealt with well by Sinaway. He's working this site pretty nicely right now. There's around the side of the cage. That's getting a little dangerous for the man.
Here.
Oh, Sinaway able to block down that site. Wall should buy some extra time as well. Hasn't been broken just yet. And the numbers looking real there for Next Gen as they find yet another Feta in for a decent round now. And Gao looking to say kapow. And he's going to do just that. McKinley falling. 1v3 angle already being activated. He's going to use that blast pack behind the wall, which does have a huge gap in it, so he can walk around here. But opts to go over the top instead, ripping that showstopper, makes the read onto Sinaway. And he knows that someone could be tucked into the corner of that paint shell. Can do huge damage. The swing off the timing looks damn good. And Stackmandu can't trade. So we have a 1v3 coming through from Sign to secure 8 rounds for Honey Badgers in the final seconds of the round.
That's rough. It's a rough one to lose, Snack, I'm not gonna lie.
It really is. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh dear. Better's got the showstopper. There's a 1v5 attempt. That's what I'm looking for in this round. Signed 1v3 attempts? Tick. There's a 1v5 attempt? Not yet. Haven't seen it yet.
But were you looking?
Didn't have my bio code. Oh. Noobster did though.
What a bloody nasty one.
Yep.
That line. And Noobster's going to go back for more as well. Trying to find a line through the sky smoke, swing off the contact. And this is a beautiful round from Honey Badgers. That should be a 9 or 3 half for sure.
It's a bunch of Juans coming out. Juan taps right and left.
Just changing that setup. I feel like we haven't seen Signed up on that Gen position, and Next Gen, of course, just trying to go in dry. It is certainly costly. Signed, after that 1v3, he is certainly fired up, and he ain't done just yet. Just stacking on the numbers, stacking on the impact. And it's Stackmandu's turn to go out with a bloody bang here in the 1v5. Unlucky. Unlucky, honestly. That comes down to luck. But Stackmandu had no chance there.
They're going to scatter from my stuff.
9-3.
Super easy to pick off.
Honey Badgers looking to set themselves up for a top 3, which is insane to me because their roster has literally been spaghetti this season. I think they've had like 8 or 9 different players play for them.
Yeah, it's been all over the shop, but
I wouldn't be surprised if they hit double digits.
I'd be sad, you know, if next gen went out like this after such a, you know, decent Cinderella story, knocking out Fun Crew yesterday, and then just unfortunately not able to get the correct 5 in the game today.
Yep. I mean, I said at the start of the series, it's a bit of a waste, isn't it?
Yeah.
Either way, Honey Badgers contesting A main. NXG are ready. Trying to bait them in.
Oh. Ignite. Looked like it could have been decent, but it is going to be the classics doing damage. McKinley going to go for the self-heal and get 30 HP back. Draw a whole bunch of attention, but also try and lock this down, as we are going to see the attackers continuing to make their way in, but he's looking the wrong direction. Couldn't hear those footsteps coming up B main. And Maishu inflicting pain straight on the stack man do. So 2v4 angle. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen here. Biggie Cheese and Feta.
One enemy remaining.
The dream team, the dastardly duo, are unfortunately not going to get anything going, and that is going to be a 4-0 affair. Honey Badgers traversing into the double digits here, and Next Gen now in a very rough position. So they are thinking about going for a force by a faster approach here in round 2.5.
They got to do something. They got to cut a corner. And Stingers are pretty good at cutting.
The flesh. In a quick manner.
Jump spot from Veto. McKinley's on over here. It's going to be split through sand. He's going to wall off A main. But a Stinger at this range is going to be not super effective. Got to wait for them to get a bit closer.
Ooh. Sinaway. It's cost him a pretty penny to get to this position, but with the wall up top, McKinley, he's going to go aggro here. Oh, jumps into numbers. And the Stinger at that range ain't going to have too much effect. Now, Stackman dude tries to go for the long range. Was that Bucky? Either way, rounds almost done and dusted. It certainly is. Mirza with the Stinger closing out the festivities in Next Gen. It's D-Day.
Crash says 3-11, literally Fnatic loud scoreline. Okay, bro.
Okay, bro. I'm waiting for this attack pause, you know, for Stackman to give him the chin wag, to give him the speech to fire him back up, but the pause part hasn't come through, so it must have been a pretty short speech. So potency, probably.
He's got the read, Mac.
Reaching the lower.
He's already
end.
got the read. He doesn't need a pause.
That's true. Better. Ooh. Oh no! Thought he might have been spotted there as well. So plays it slow.
Down you go.
See you later, son.
Biggie. Bucky gameplay having a little bit of fun, but Noobster's going to be able to bark right back with the Bulldog. And oh, Big Cheese now looking to make sure this one's locked down, but he's swung.
Spike planted.
And he might be one and done here, but he's still locking down some kind of control as the push is starting to come forward now from that arcade side. Mirza able to deal with Biggie Cheese. And it might be all crumbling down. Sinaway just trying to pick his fights wisely, but the Sky Smoke just lasts for so long on the B main choke. And oh, McKinley's going to have to maybe push through that slow orb as well. It hasn't worked as intended. It's hit the wrong position there. But it's turned it into a 2-on-2. Sharp shots coming through. Slow orb up top. Maishu going to be traded through. And oh, this plant as well makes things a little bit awkward. Sinaway looking for the half kick before he takes the fight, but the angle doesn't favor him at all. And Mirza swings through to win the bonus round. 12-3. And Next Gen, they did a lot of damage to the economy of Honey Badgers, but it doesn't matter because it was the bonus with plenty of players alive.
There's a 1v1 attempt.
Ooh.
That's big. They've got a couple of guns heading into this one. Fire's looking a little better for Honey Badgers though, and not really a whole lot of ults. Might not even get a chance to have any ults this game, unfortunately. A-main control firmly in the favour there of NXG, but not respected at all by Honey Badgers. They're on the warpath into the top 3 right now. Veto goes down, and they're going to hit it straight out sand.
They want vengeance over in that lower bracket final tomorrow, and it looks like they might just find it. But for the moment, Biggie Cheese still living at the top of sight. Drop down, and Mirza, it's not in to take it. It's Gao across the top, and he's going to keep on pushing, keep on pumping the pressure straight in the CT. McKinley and Sinaway,
Spike planted.
the 2 remaining members who have done so much work in the playoffs already for next gen. But a 2-on-4, it's a big ask. When the momentum is just not in their favor at all, there's going to be the trap in the way, and Sinaway has to pop it. Fault line slows in even further so, and they're not going to be playing this together. Over towards Sand though, McKinley finds one, but it's all down to Sinaway. 1v3 angle. Showstopper going to be dodged, and the offline from Gao ain't going to do it just yet. 46 points of health, make it 0. Maishu comes through with the final blow, and it's 13-3 on map number 3 of the series. Honey Badgers take a huge, well-deserved W and survive here in VALORANT Challenges Oceania. That is it for next gen. We have to say a well-deserved goodbye. But look, against all expectations, against all odds, still living in the lower bracket, taking out Fun Crew, definitely turning a couple of heads, and now the stonks of these individuals all rising because, as you've heard it, there might be a couple of roster shifts coming through already.
Yeah, I think rough situation for NXG tonight, not being able to field their full roster. I think I probably would have backed them as the favourite, the way that they were playing a lot of this season. But, you know, you definitely can't take Honey Badgers for granted. Maybe even in a world where NXG had full roster, they definitely have the individuals and the team to be able to win a series like this. Signed and Elsno playing a pretty good series. The rest of the boys playing decently around them, just playing no-nonsense Valorant, playing it by the numbers. And that was more than good enough to win it. I think NXG not really playing particularly well tonight. And having to deal with all of these different circumstances. Their core player couldn't show up, their substitute player timed out, they had to play with their coach. This is what it is. Not much else to say about it apart from that, other than, you know, it's a good season from NXG. I honestly think they had an outside shot at maybe even winning if they had kept going on the same trajectory, but wasn't to be. And either way, I mean, I think this is just a quality team across the board. McKinley in the playoffs and in the regular season, very, very highly rated. Veto, one of the better duelist players in the region. He had a bit of a shocking night tonight, but that's kind of outside the norm for him. Sinaway's had great development this season as well. And obviously Biggie Cheese has been pretty solid as well for NXG, and then whoever their fifth is they've had has always been serviceable. So I think, look, just in general, a solid roster. Whether it sticks together or not is another question, but I've definitely enjoyed watching their progression over the off season and in towards the regular season, and even in these circumstances, getting themselves the top 4 is nothing to be upset about.
Yeah, and look, with that, of course, Honey Badgers move on. You guys get to see them play yet again tomorrow on Saturday. But we got one more game to get to today. Of course, that's going to be Bobo up against 95X. So to get to that, we've got to go to a break. Ladies and gents, we'll see you very soon for match number 2 of the night.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabriel Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she goes, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she goes, "What'd you say?" Oh, and then so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, she said he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Wow. Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her, you can save her.
If you come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
gentlemen, welcome back to Valorant Challengers Oceania, where we are here to get weird with the upper bracket final. Who knows what's going to be going down, because it's Bobo up against 95X, and Bobo love to have a little bit of fun. Mitch, why are you a clown?
You said get weird.
Yeah. Woo! I was thinking more like RDW picking Harbour every game, no matter what the map is.
I'm a clown with a screwdriver. Is that weird?
Oh, well, you might put that down. We're not fixing anything. There's nothing that's broken at the moment, except maybe you. But we'll talk about that afterwards. Either way, let's talk about Bobo first here in this matchup. Let's see who they're bringing into the game today, because it could be a mix of any individuals. We got Nellery in there, RDW, Dragon, Crunchy, and Noz. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Mitch, what are you expecting from these individuals?
I mean, they played with Nellery last series, and it was still good enough to be able to pick up the W. So, look, reserve my expectations. I think it's going to be pretty tough to beat the boys on 95X, but they already managed to best Honey Badgers, so we'll see how they go. The core of the team is still super solid. Some of the best players in the region, and a lot of experience.
A lot of experience indeed. Now, map pools are pretty similar for both these guys as well. 95X probably can go a little bit wider, considering they probably have some more intricate strats. They've also got jerseys, which is definitely a buff as well, Mitch.
Yep. Jerseys, proper player photos.
Biceps, Mike.
They practice.
Bicep vein.
They boot camp. Hello? Anybody else taking notes? Any other teams in this entire region taking notes right now?
Doing things, getting an org. Write that down.
Yep. Doing what an esports team is supposed to do. This should be the bare minimum standard. And you know what? Just give them first place, just for that. I don't care. I don't care if they win or not.
You don't want to finish the show?
I don't care if they even win the series. I'm just happy that they do it. They're doing all this, and they can take first. Congrats.
Give them a clap. Give them a clap. Claps in the chat, please.
Stop, guys.
Please.
Well done.
I will wait 3 minutes and wait for these claps in the chat.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Mac. We've got something to talk about.
But I'm doing it.
No, you're not. We're going to talk about the head-to-head. Swell versus Dragon. Two of the highest rated players throughout the regular season. Two of the highest rated players throughout however many seasons of VOT you go back before Challengers Oceania kicked off. And even in the playoffs. But these players playing very well. They are both primary duelist players, but flexible with their agent pools and able to play a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I love Swirl. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yeah, why?
Because he's sharp.
Okay.
He's handsome.
Okay.
He was almost at the top of the top 5 players so far in the playoffs, but he was at the top of the top 5 players for the whole damn competition so far. This man, mechanically, very gifted individual, and also finally finishing all his studies and such means he can fully focus on the game, even if he's up against the likes of Dragon. Dragon, of course, very sharp as well. But as you can see, if you have Twitter, I know some people don't have Twitter, which is more understandable nowadays than it was like literally a year ago. But at the same time, on Twitter, Bobo are just having fun. Like, they are just here to have fun. If they win it, they're just winning through fun and friendship. And the power of friendship can do a whole bunch of stuff. Now, let's have a quick look at where we're going to be playing this series as well. Of course, there is some crazy, crazy things going down. And Bobo going into Icebox, 95X taking us to Haven. Ascent, rather. That's not... Brain, read properly. Lotus is the decider. Interesting to see that one sliding in. But look, that means we could be cooking up a damn good series if we go all the way to 3, Mitch.
Yeah, I think, look, realistically, 95X are supposed to win this series, and they're probably supposed to win it 2-0. I mean, Bobo, they do a bit of memeing with their comps. They are not practicing. They are playing with stand-in. They should really not be able to win this series, but some of their players are just so good that they can sometimes win anyway. So
they just do it,
Yeah. It's just, that's just what happens when you put, Noz, RDW, Crunchy, and Dragon all on a team. Turns out that even those 4 are probably good enough to win some maps. And Nellery's just there. He's just doing his best. He shouldn't be expected to play.
True.
Just like Stackman in the last bloody series, you know.
Mr. Mandu, yeah. Mr. Mandu, yeah. What? What's so funny?
Mr. Mandu.
Was there a joke somewhere? What are you laughing at?
Is that his full name?
Yep.
That was no space.
Stacks his alias. For some reason, it just got lost in translation, and he didn't get Mr. Mandu. You know, as you said, you know, because it's in the right client in the tournament realm.
They said his name wrong.
Yep.
Mr. Mandu got
Just
it.
added a stack in there because he was stacked.
Stacked like pancakes.
Yeah, stacked like pancakes.
I could
which
go
are
for some
pretty tasty.
pancakes right now. Protein pancakes.
Ooh, yeah. A couple of like banana, protein powder, bloody mix it up. Ooh, yeah. Would love that. Absolutely love that. Now, it is going to be Icebox as the first map of the series. So, how do you think that's going to go? 95X, pretty decent on it, but I can see Bobo actually winning this like pretty easily.
So, Bobo have picked this map. The last two games on it, they lost 6-13 against 95X and 8-13 against the Who +2. And this is their map pick. So that's an interesting one. 95X have won most of their Icebox games. They only lost to Fun Crew when Fun Crew beat them in the regular group stage, and Fun Crew was playing relatively well, but that was still a close game. Okay. And then 95X have beat Bobo, the Who +2, and Fun Crew's, you know, very good at Icebox. Plus, worth mentioning that the 95X boys are playing the Harbour variant of the Icebox comp now, as are a lot of teams. Harbour Viper, you always had that one kind of flex position that you didn't, a lot of teams, you know, that would you run a KO, Sage or whatever. Now I feel like, you know, you're seeing the Harbour variation of comps a lot more. And yeah, I think like if you look at the map stats, this Icebox pick from Bobo kind of looks a little bit insane. But look, you know, I don't think they care because
I don't think they care either.
I just don't think they care. So yeah,
they're just playing it,
cool Veto,
doing whatever the hell they want.
Yep.
Noz says, you know what do we feel like playing? Icebox? Yeah, all right. Yep. Sounds good. Crunchy
honestly
goes,
don't think there's really much else past that.
Yeah, I feel like that's it. And then they turn up. Dragon tries to carry as best as he can because he's insane. And even when he does that in ranked, sometimes people still lose those games. I don't know who would do that. Probably us. But we'll talk about that another time. Apologies to Dragon for that one game we lost with him. Yeah, look, shit, shouldn't have brought that up on broadcast. Sorry, Dragon, if you're watching the VOD back. Bad day, huh? I didn't have my coffee. I didn't have my biocode labs. You know how it be, man.
Ascent? Ascent? What do we think about Ascent? Bobo...
Ascent, yeah.
They beat Next Gen on it. 95X, they have not lost on it. And they are smashing everybody on it. Including Mammoth. Well, and Mammoth, that was the only map that they could play.
Whoa, Mitch, why are you asking about map 2? You're getting way ahead of yourselves. We've got bloody Agent Select here for Icebox. Oh my god, he's
Neon?
fucking locked in Harbour.
Neon on Icebox? On, what are you thinking?
Walls.
Walls?
We got 3 walls.
Why didn't they go for Sage 4 walls? That could have been 4 walls.
They could have. Well, Dragon just didn't get the bloody memo.
If you get 4 walls, all you need is a roof, and then you got a house.
It's so true. Although technically Crunchy with the Viper is bringing in a roof when he gets his ult online, so they could just make a house anyway, huh?
Yep. They're playing Neon on Icebox, Mac.
Yeah, they really are. Let's just see how it works. Huh? Who was on Neon? Was it Dragon?
Delary. You can get that back. Well, you don't like his patented agent selection. We've seen him do damage on this
Mitch,
before.
we're in playoffs.
We've seen him do damage on this one before, buddy. Huh?
These guys are confirmed top 2 team. Top 3 team, rather.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. Anyway.
I mean, the Penguins
Minnie's gone for Harbour match as well, so...
Yeah. I mean, if there's any player that can lose a series like this against Neon on Icebox, it's Minimize. So let's see how it goes, I suppose.
Yeah. Let them give it a bloody crack, huh? We'll see what they're going to be able to do. But for the moment...
What if Nellery rolls out on the Neon and drops 30 this game.
Look, I'm sure that's a possibility. How likely that is unknown.
I'm watching closely. Crash already knows what cam we're on for most of this game.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing about Neon is it's fast. It can run, hold W well, and slide around corners and still be pretty accurate while you're sliding and shooting. So I'm hoping to see a lot of that from Nelly. Let's see how much space he can find with these 3 walls, if they're even going to be there. For the moment, we have that Nano at the back of Yellow, just slowing things down. High Tide comes through to slow things down as well. So it looks like Minimize is going to try to be a bit of a nuisance there. But there is going to be a few more walls on the sides of Bobo. So once the High Tide falls, once it goes back to Low Tide, we'll see what Bobo had for us here.
I've seen you've been to the beach before, Mac. Contact up
lives
from Bobo. Look at the wrap on the side there. Gorgeous.
Okay.
That's a lot of kills. That's a very gorgeous attack on the site, Mac.
That's worked out. We got Cascade as well, just looking to chop that. Oh, Snowman push in half, but Crunchy was ready for that push in through one of the 17 walls. And Swirl now, 1v5 angle. If anyone can win it, it is actually this man. Noz was really trying to give him that one-on-one fight there. Nellery gets a bink. It's on 13 HP. It's going to be very difficult. So difficult that it's never going to happen there for Swirl. And Bobo take round number 1, the attacker pistol.
Yes, it was easy as you'd like. The patience was superb from Bobo. They waited out the High Tide. They wrapped in through the site and they won. Dragon's on the Killjoy, by the way. So that's cool. Chuck him on the Sentinel, I suppose. That's his new calling.
Yeah, sure.
Why not? I think 5X gonna take an eco. Swirl, was that with the classic? He just went and did that to RDW. That's not allowed.
Really hit him where it hurt, and that was on his head.
Because he's bald, right?
Yep.
Knew it.
Not much stopping the damage from hitting the skull, of course. But look, Crunchy looking to show face here. Try and fish for some revenge. Fish for an entry towards the A site. But we are going to see 95X just going for the A side stack. Looking to maybe retake B. Probably just going to have to go for exits if Bobo come this direction, and they certainly will. Toxic screen up. And there is plenty of space to plant here.
Yeah, drone goes in. They clear out all of Yellow. Have a little bit of a look around. Should be the Viper wall going up. And the plant, easy as you like. Was an A-site stack from 95X. They were trying to cut some corners, see if they could close the round with the site stack. Don't mind the approach. Hasn't worked out this time. So now they're going to try to do some more economic damage. Unlikely they can win the round, but the more guns they can take, the better.
Ugh. Well, slow approach on the retake. And we are going to see him make it in eventually. Just try to bait out some of this util. Take some armor away. Oh, okay. But there is going to be that High Tide in the way. Flank not going to have any effect off Orange. And Dragon looks good up against Swirl there. And Nellery just finding himself the lineup for 3 out of nowhere. And that is the round. Bobo putting 2 in the bag real quick here.
Oh. You think they're sweating, Mac?
Definitely not.
Not yet.
It's icebox. It's too cold to sweat. Mitch.
Okay, my bad. Got to do some, get on the Stairmaster for a bit. Maybe get the heart rate up first. Because that bonus here for Bobo. A couple of Speckies, a Bulldog, a few Vandals. See what they're going to be going for. It's the Orb on mid, dart up onto A. Swirl trying to fight big long from top Yellow. Takes the info line on down there, which allows Watt to rotate back towards middle. KJ set up on A with the Viper wall there. After a little bit of pressure around the map though, Bobo going to start working their way back towards B long. Drone goes first from Noz. Going to try to ping Swirl off the line, but doesn't hit him. So he's going to have another chance at taking a duel here, but doesn't activate his dash. And he's punished for it.
See if they're going to be able to make their way in. Of course, the orb's going to be in the way for the moment. But that gas is emptying very quickly. High tide slows Nellery down for a moment, but he stands here and is able to spray to allow that plant down at default. Punda going to be able to find that gap in the cascade to take out Nellery. Now we're into a 4v4 scenario. Drone across the top, looking for an angle. Noz going to be trying to take that contact. Will be pinged up, and now in comes the start of the defuse. Crunchy only able to find that single. The Bobo pushing forward. RDW going to be spotted going into the corner there. But the wrap around the back of Yellow is not looking too good for Punda right now. It's slow. It has not worked too well for the first, but he's found the head of RDW. And now it's awkward. He's just trying to figure out where to play this one from, but look at Dragon. Straight in behind him. None the wiser. Punda had no idea what was coming for him, and that's going to be 3 in a row for Bobo.
Are they sweating now?
No,
still
Mitch, did you... It's cold. They aren't wearing jumpers. Like, maybe Viper in that, like, whole Lycra suit thing, maybe she's sweating, but I feel like everyone else...
Lycra, is that a material?
I think so.
You got experience with that kind of thing, Mac.
I have the spike. Scanning ahead.
Maybe. Got a series to cast first though, then we can work on other kinds of chemistry. Anti-eco here. All the boys on Bobo. Some might call them the Bo Boys, but most people probably wouldn't because that sounds really cringe.
No, I'd call them, let's call them Bo Boys. Bo Boys for the rest of the, because it's like the boys and then they keep adding new boys to the crew too, you know, so they're just all about friendship. That's the whole thing, right?
Yep. Okay. Got an A stack here for 95x.
Certainly do. You have a good eye for Valorant, Mitch.
I have 2 eyes.
Oh yeah. Well, 95x has at least 2 eyes down 2 scopes on 2 marshals, so that could be 2 kills, but Minimize is going to be chunked down to 7 before he can bloody see anyone there. And Bobo, they're going to use these quick rotations with the Neon to try to create some space at B as well.
Oh my god.
So, again, making the perfect read.
So fast. He's running the same speed as everyone else.
The high gear.
And there you go. Little cove to plant. Default on B.
Spike planted.
Rotation works here for Bobo, doing pretty good. Nellery is fragging up a storm.
That cove doesn't stop the damage of the nano swarm though, and you can see that's chunked a couple of the Bobo members. Nellery, happy just to keep on fighting. Man's got no fear, to be honest. And RDW as well, look at this aggressive position. He knows he's got no use of remaining, so he's happy just to get up in the grill to 95x there. And Nellery's going to get it done from range. That's going to be a flawless round coming through from Bobo to find 4. And this is a very one-sided affair so far.
I'd agree with you, Mac.
Thank you.
95x have not won a round. By my calculations.
Yeah, how long did it take you to figure that out?
Pretty quick, I would say.
Did you use a calculator?
Yeah, just the calculator app that Windows gives you. Don't bonk the dog, Minimize. God.
So much bonking going on, man.
It's so toxic. Swirl gonna get aggressive into a lot of players here. Dart gets dealt with. Cascade trying to push this A aggression back. Real nice dart in from Punda. Love to see that.
Oh yeah. Great crack and start to the round for 95x. Now let's see if they can convert from the numbers advantage or if Bobo are going to hit back here. By the way, all Crunchy spots the info. And we are going to see Punda stuck over towards Gen's side here. Shockbolt rather might just end him, but it looks like he's dodged both of them. He's living. Swirl as well. Going to be able to find that over the top of the screen. And Bobo, it's now going to be that much more difficult, especially with Crunchy down on 15 points of health.
Yeah, he's going to take first contact though. Wanting to be traded by someone. Really nice raw adjustment from him, but Swirl continues to frag, Mac.
Here he is. Firing up. That's what 95X need to see if they want to get a dub here. And Nellery, he's got the finger blaster straight on line now. And is waiting for anyone to overstep their boundaries. But 95X respecting the drip. And just backing away for the moment. Looking to regroup. Trade this one through. Nellery out in the open. Not going to be able to do enough damage. And it's all up to Noz here. He's got that Hunter Fury online. Oh, an opportunity goes right as he barely misses the 3-man spray down onto Mike. But it was a cracker of an attempt, and 95X are going to be able to get that first round on the board. No one can hear Punda. His mic's on the wrong side.
It's okay. Wait, can I do a Punda impression?
Go.
Yeah, 2-8. Starting. Hold on, wait. Let me drone. Let me drone. Nice. Nice, guys.
I hope that's coming through.
It's not coming through.
I hope it was. I could hear it. It came through. Beautiful. All right, good. I was just the people could have just been sitting there with silence, and I'm just listening to Mitch doing an impression in my ears. Well, either way. Oh, okay. Swirl looking to have a little bit of fun there with Blade Storm torn straight away. And off the back of that, Bobo said, "Look, A site did not work. B site has worked 4 times, so let's go back to B."
Oh.
I suggest you move.
Genius IGLing from Noah McClafferty. I think that's his last name. And got to the Viper's pit. Reckoning into pit. Hunter's Fury in response from Punda. Seeing if he can tag somebody up, but just missing them. Swirl just goes straight into the pit. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he's got that one tap potential with the blades, of course. And ooh, playing a dangerous game. Going to try to get past the relay bolt. Cloudburst to survive for now. Mike as well, going to deny it. That exit from Nellery to safety. And the spike is still yet to be planted. Noz is looking for some damage, but he ain't going to find it. It's RDW to get traded out. And 95X are starting to shift that momentum back in their favor.
Just working their way into the game slowly but surely. They put themselves in a difficult position, though, the way that they started things, because exactly this reason, you know, even winning 2 in a row, Bobo's economy is still looking pretty decent. Still able to continue to invest. Attack side operator on a harbor out for RDW. You know, most people, I would see that and I would say they're trolling, but it's RDW. You can't criticize the GOAT.
What if he tastes bad?
I haven't tasted him, honestly. I don't know what a young Riley would taste like. Not sure I want to find out. But he is walking along belt, looking for a pick into the A site. Drop heard by Swirl. Edge his way around. Easy pick onto Noz.
Spike down A.
Nasty shot coming through. Cascade over the top as well. But Swirl deciding to move away from screens instead. Cascade going to be answered with another Cascade back because we've got 2 harbors in the game.
Deploying drone.
Do you remember when we had a chat with Minnie and he said Harbor is like the worst agent? Do you remember that?
Yep.
We had an interview like a little while ago. Yep.
But then,
and he's playing him now.
Then he saw Vision Strikers. Sorry, I always called them Vision Strikers. Then he saw DRX playing them.
Yeah. Well, DRX made it look damn good. Everyone started the copying by the end of the lock-in, and now we got it filtering into OS, which is fair enough. We've got a lot of water around our continent/island here.
10 seconds left.
Man advantage for 95X. Bobo, I think they got a shot in this round.
I love this wall. Look at this save wall coming through from RDW.
It's huge.
He's provided the perfect circle on the map to help out the whole team.
Is that like where you, what's that thing where you try and draw a perfect circle? And it rates like how perfect it is?
Oh yeah, I've done that.
Yeah. That's hard. That's what RDW is trying to do. With the high
on the map, it looked spectacular.
It looked pretty good. That would
extremely circular.
That would probably be like a 90 plus.
I thought he was playing it like 0.2 cents or like less than that. So I didn't expect him to be able to do a full 360. So that's extra impressive because he's had to lift his mouse at least 1 point there.
After the save, Bobo still with a vibe that has been put together here. Dart goes close middle. Trying to give some space maybe for Crunchy to walk up. RDW posted up under 2. But after all said and done, no mid space was found. Dart comes back through for 95X, who are starting to rotate across. Playing retake A. Mini doesn't see anything on A and he's still got the wall, so with the drone coming through in the cascade, there's a few tells that Bobo are probably leaning towards this B side of the map. You can see 95X have cleared middle. Swell's got deep on that info line and the reactive Viper's pit has come in. There's the lockdown though on B long, trying to flush Rock out of the pit.
Fair enough. Every action creates an equal or something reaction.
Yep.
Or opposite reaction. Yep.
Yeah, I think that was that Einstein that said that?
That was actually Arnold Schwarzenegger when he lifted his PB. At the same time though, we want to see another lockdown come back the other way, but Bobo hitting their shots, and it looks like 95X are not hitting theirs. So retake is straight out of the equation, and Swirl now in a bit of a rough position. But if anyone can win the 1v5, look, you got to put it on this man. He had a crack in the bloody pistol round, got real close with 1 kill. And now there's an opportunity to get even closer with more than 1 kill. But he's running the wrong direction. The spike's on the other side. Man's actually lost his mind here, but he hasn't lost the op. So let's focus on the positives.
Yeah, and that's what I love about you, Mac. You're a positive guy. You never said anything, complaining once in your life.
No, don't do that.
That's why we love you. Here at LPL_Valorant. Hashtag Biocode Lab. $95X there, still losing a round here or there, but with 3 in a row, they've built up their economy. Both of these teams with pretty strong money, just kind of going back and forth in the gun rounds. Big lean towards B long this time from 95X. See if they can set young Swirl up for a pick. RDW also posted up on the line, in towards middle, looking for a pick of his own.
Yeah. Well, Nellery may just have the timing, but he's got to get past the Swirl. Oh, there was a world where the timing favoured him, but he just went for that one too many jiggles. So unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. But with that pick, Swirl going to be very happy just to fall away, leave Watt over towards that B side of the map as we see 95X just rotate and stack towards mid, as they are very worried about this mid pressure coming through, which could find some impact if Crunchy picks his fight wisely. In comes this push timing. Is going to work out for him. He gets chunked away out though, as the push comes through all the way to A. There's going to be a couple of nanos popped as well. Mike goes for the wide swing straight past Dragon's crosshair, who can't go for the readjustment, and Mike might have just saved the damn round.
RDW versus 3. Needs to try to get this player off the spike. Oh, beautiful. I think that's the half denied, no?
I think so. So the opportunity definitely still there though. So nice initial shot from RDW, but you could see that Watt was expecting it, that aggression and that reposition down under the nest instead. But there you go, 95X going to be able to get yet another, and looks like they're already getting ready for the next round.
What's the plan?
What's the plan? That's a good question. We love, those kind of questions at the start of the round. What it really does is it makes sure that you keep the communication up in the team. Sometimes, your IGL gets a little bit tired, doesn't want to talk at the start of every round. So you really need to ask these kind of questions just to make sure that they stay on top of things.
Yeah. Like, what was the strat again? What did you say?
I think it was mid to B.
Mid to B. It looks like the strat. Oh, Dragon. Cracker of an entry there, as we are going to see Watt just hiding in the orb for the moment. Timing. It looked good until it didn't. RDW hits him with the quick gold flicky, and Dragon starting to fire up here on the KJ, but it's minimizing a 1v5 angle. Let's see if he can do better than Swirl. He's got heaps of knives in ranked and makes montages, but he hasn't shot back at Dragon this time. Dragon actually going to be the one to start to make the montage now.
That was a bit of a montage round, honestly. He just doubled his kills in one round. And we're going to get attack pause here. Oh, man. It's Neon Comp doing a number. I'll tell you what, Mac. Insane.
Doing a whole number?
Yeah, what kind of number is it, do you reckon? Like, maybe drum and bass?
Certainly could be. How long do you reckon before Punda figures out he's got his headset on the wrong way?
He definitely has a mic right beneath him. But
I refuse to believe it until I see it.
Maybe he's just a very loud person.
Maybe.
So
kind of like Avril, right? Like, man just projects. And also doesn't know how to just silently shut a door. He just slams them no matter what time of the night it is because he's just in his own world. Anyway, me, I never whinge about anything. What are you talking about, Mitch?
No, definitely not. Definitely not your roommates.
No.
Tack timeout for 95X. They've had a bit of a chat about how they're losing to a Neon Comp on Icebox. And let's see if they've come up with something in particular. I think my main points are Dragon killed everyone, and that is pretty hard to beat.
Yeah. Individual performances on bloody point.
Same thing.
Now, we are going to see the exact same strat this time. Cove not going to be able to do too much there. As Punda and Watt able just to stand their ground. Now, Swirl just chilling up on the container. Reaction time. Here's Nellery coming a mile away, but the Cloudburst is not going to be enough to stop Dragon from finding him. And we're down to the 2v3. Still favoring 95X, and Spike is in the hands of Noz and Dragon. And they're looking just to go together and try to play the numbers game. Try and catch themselves a 2v1 here or there. But Mini, jiggling, should be able to spot this cross back to the A side of the map.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Someone gets him flex seal immediately. Lockdown's there for Dragon. Mike, that's a cheeky position. Up in kitchen. What's he cooking?
Oh, what is he cooking, huh? What do you think he's cooking?
Probably something with a lot of protein.
Scanning ahead.
Chicken.
30
bit of chicken
seconds
breast.
left. Last player standing.
A bit of rice, maybe. Bit of minimize. Cut him up. Ooh. Dragon. Okay. All right. Oh, buzz space, buzz time, but almost died to the nano in the process. That could have been awkward. Just waiting for a swing in from that boiler side, but the open plant as that Lockie finishes. And we are going to see him just try to play from the top of 410. So we'll see if this works out for him. Here's a lot of footsteps coming from the heaven side, repositions the crosshair. Oh, and that ain't gonna work. Too low, 3 HP, definitely not enough to clutch, but he gave it a red hot crack. And there's no lockdown now for Bobo going into the next couple of rounds.
Now we side with relief,
Last
Max.
round in the half.
Wait. Huh? How do you side with relief?
Oh.
Oh.
Minimize got the reckoning.
I sound annoyed when I do that.
You always sound annoyed, Mac.
I got to work on my side, man.
You gotta just work on yourself.
Am I never I always sound impressed.
Sound depressed.
Hey.
Another gun round. How have these teams never got broke this entire game? It's tit for tat. Big streaks around.
Question.
Another mid to B for Bobo. Gonna give that another crack as well. That's surely a collab. Apparently not. Bloody game.
It's a triple collab. He's bloody dodging stuff. He's playing bloody bonkers. And he's going to be able to get another there with the blades. Insane. While this is all going on, the Spike is actually walking into A. So crazy, crazy scenes here on Icebox. But in the 4-on-2, it's going to be quite hard here for RDW and Noz. They might be able to get the Harbour ult online here. There is going to be the high tide in the way to create some extra space. And Mike could go forward.
Back of the plan.
Last player standing.
And there is the Shrekkening. It is going to force 95X to just keep going forward. He doesn't have to do that. Because Swirl, he can have full accuracy while moving forward and it's going to be minimized to steal the kill away. Shorty looks damn good from that range, but it's another round for 95X, and that's going to be 6-6 at the half, Mitch.
Yep, nice little resurgence. Good couple of rounds in from Bobo. They started the half off well with the 3 in a row. They got the best possible start to the half, and they chipped in a couple extra rounds. But credit to 95X. They were resilient. They were upstanding guys. And they chipped in a few rounds of their own. They kept it close. What's the Neon going to do on defense? Where do you play Neon on this map? Do you run it down? Run it down too with a quick sober dart, maybe? Huh?
You push.
You push everywhere?
Don't ease up. Not yet.
What did he say? No pizza, not yet?
Wave crashing.
No peace. He wants war. It's kind of weird.
Gonna be a push here for 95X. A little bit of a turret. Heading over in towards Noz's neighborhood.
Nellery as well. Answering your question, that's where he's playing. Underneath 410, looking to get up in the grills here. What can't quite entry. Noz is going to stand and deliver damn well. With this defense for the moment, he'll fall. And Swirl on 5 points of health is just going to try to get out of dodge, get him to a safer position. 3v3 for the retake, and Dragon still going forward. Man's hungry, man's yapping. The man is looking to breathe some fire down the throats there of 95X, but it ain't going to happen.
Pistol for them. Started off this game quite slow, but they're starting to get rolling now, I think. I think this is one of the most classic scorelines that I see from this 95X team. Swirl just on double digits, shooting everyone in the face. Everyone else just kind of in his backpack. Playing the macro good, following the call.
Yeah.
Anti-eco time. IDW trying to shotgun for the second round in a row. You know what? In terms of damage, the Shorty for 2 sets of armor, that ain't bad trade.
He's really setting him up for success with plays like that. I hope we see more of them.
That sounded so sarcastic.
No, I just put on my broadcaster voice.
Last player standing.
Oh, excellent shooting from Minimize.
Excellent shooting from Minimize.
So embarrassing.
Beautiful movement from Swell. Well, yeah, that was, yeah, we've got confirmation from chat, Mitch, because you had no idea what you were talking about, that Punda actually uses a desk mic and his mic's broken.
There you go.
Yep.
It's almost like someone pulled that. I don't know. Kind of awkward now. Should just move on.
Well, round 15. Let's jump on into it and see what we got here from Bobo. On the defense, looks like no one's going to be going toe-to-toe with 95X over towards B long. Bomb, though, still down behind 8. So
that's kind of
wait
cool.
to see what
the way they use the cascade to take the orb and pressure B long. I mean, I've seen that before, but just that it looks so smooth that round. Why did it look more smooth than usual? It's very easy for them to pressure the rotation off B.
Are you okay?
No, I'm just saying, look good. I am okay. I'm doing well, thanks, Smack.
Good.
How are you?
Good. That was what I wanted.
Reckoning is available for Minimize.
Revealing area.
I suggest you move.
Recon bolt. Gonna be over towards the wall side. Dealt with though. Won't get a pulse off. And the relay bolt is going to try to slow them down, but over towards the back of sight. This Reckoning is just tearing through them, making them feel very uncomfortable with where they're sitting at the moment. It looks like it's going to be that top side plant in the middle of the cove. So that one gets across the line safely, but Minimize kind of have a lot of work to do here. There's going to be an awkward wall across the top there. Crunchy finds the line and he's on for the ace as well, but he won't find it. Dragon snatches that one away, but it's a round in the bag for Bobo in their first of the half.
Good damage. Couple of guns taken away. RDW and Dragon getting to know each other. A few kisses amongst the boys. Got to keep morale high. Wait, Dragon isn't underage anymore, is he?
That wasn't for Dragon. It was for you.
Oh, it was for me? My bad.
Yeah, mate.
Another gun round coming in, round 16.
Keep up.
Grudgy's one off his Viper's Pit. So that could be a good ending here. RDW has bought more shotguns than anything else this half. Really trying to make this B long push work.
Yeah. And look how deep he is already. Straight up towards Gary. And Minimize says, nah, we're going A. Screw that. Don't want to waste my util.
Drone on through
It's going to be
A main.
successful.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
This is just what, 95X has been doing. Same A play.
Yeah. And it's bloody working as well. Cloud burst over towards Heaven's side. Oh, Nellery not going to be able to get a dodge no matter how fast he is on the Neon. And Noz just waiting for the over-aggression towards Heaven's side. Recon Bolt online. He's going to dart his way back in with this wall just to clear out the close lines. So the high tide creating a lot of space now, but of course there's going to be the nanos on top of the spike, which is by so much damn time. Pushing forward though, Noz has found himself a nice line. Minimize able to trade, but things are getting a little difficult in the 3v3 now. Dragon taking the head straight off of Punda's shoulders, but no one tapping the spike just yet. And Mike, he knows it. He's on it. Even with the cove in the way, it's taken a little bit too long for Crunchy to tap it. And in the 2v1 now, Mike has saved the day from this position. Late lurk in through mid to close it, and that is going to be 95X taking a 9th.
Remember,
Yeah, pretty tight round though. See, I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see both of these teams like force into this round. Swell's got daggers up. That's really going to help the buy for 95X. They've got some serious reset potential here.
Placing swarm grenade.
But maybe Bobo won't force.
Maybe.
Saved over a couple of rifles. Yeah, they are forcing. Sort of, but sort of not.
Sort of, but sort of not. No's deciding against it, says, look, I'm just going to recycle one of your weapons because you don't front it anyway. That's the initiator's job, right? Steal everyone else's weapons. Swirl with the blades. Look all the way down to 1 point of health there, jumping into the screen. Mini utilizing the cove to get that plant down, and straight away 95X already into the post plant. Position nicely. Noz has tagged up Swirl, who still gets a kill there. That's ridiculous. I'm going to see Minimize as well, just dropping that cascade forward to try and segment up the site. There's walls bloody everywhere. And what, of course, just playing the lineups. Dropping his Mike as well. Already using those nanos, so he's now just waiting for the swing into snipers. It's going to be the 1-for-1. And Punda has that Hunter's Fury. Shocky straight on the spike. Finally, someone tapping it. Drone as well, though. Is not going to be able to stop that from being half-ticked. And all Dragon needs to do is kill him. But the defuse comes through anyway. Oh, that was a whole thing, huh?
That was kind of sick, but at the same time, that was the best way I've ever seen someone lose a round, Mac.
Yeah.
I'll put it like that.
Yeah. Oh, unfortunate. Had to do something to try to win it, and unfortunately for Dragon, that just was not it. Not Dragon. Who was it? Bloody Punda. Yeah, the man that was shooting. Shooty shoot. It's getting late. And we're in map 1.
Oh, come on, old man. You got some more in you.
All the broadcasts of Veto lately have been ended at bloody like 10 p.m. before 10.
It's past your bedtime, huh?
I've been spoiled.
Yeah. Never done a real day of work in your life, have you?
Nah, so true.
Oh, bloody hell, look at that drone movement from Punda.
Never been a labourer.
Absolutely delicious.
Never touched a bit of dirt.
Right here.
Reckoning's available for Minimize here again, but they're just going to dry contact into 8.
Swirl looking to take said contact. Both sides of the back of site are going to be watched here. Crunchy able to strike, and in comes that Hunter's Fury to try and create some extra space, and Crunchy just goes forward with it. Happy to keep on fighting on the top site, though. Minimize just lurks in at the orb, and he's going to be able to find one, but not quite the second. As Punter to get that one onto Crunchy. He was aggro over with elbow, and now we are going to see 95X potentially just fall away. They've invested the Reckoning, though, and will go back for that site control. There goes the drone. It's now out of the equation, and again, another top site plant comes through.
Got the lockdown coming on in, trying to flush out the site here. You can see Minimize playing up in front of it. He does not care. He is big brain. Got himself one.
Ooh. Detained. Minimize. Goes down with the ship, but he's used all his util, so hopefully it's enough this time. And in comes that second snake bite as well.
Last player standing.
What? Looking to get it done with the Sheriff, but on this angle, he's never going to have the advantage there. Dragon is ready, and the Pulse as well reveals his position. The offline's there, the swing, it's coming. A little bit too late, maybe, no. 1v2, going to be won by Punda, 3 for the round, and 95X get another on the board.
That's the game-winning clutch. Those last 2 clutch rounds from Punda, the one he didn't win and the one he did win, won the game. He broke the money of Bobo.
Broke the money.
He's handsome. His curls get the girls. That's what I heard.
So the rhymes say, yeah. Round 19.
Bobo got to take an eco here.
And they are running at him. Canellery has got himself a stinger.
Canellery. And
Canellery keeps on pushing forward. But can he, Ellery, make it work here in Gary?
Do you think he likes celery, Mac?
That's a great veggie to love, though. You know, so maybe.
Bit of peanut butter.
Or just embrace the stringiness. I love that attempt at the wallbang.
Yeah.
Is that bangable? I've never seen that work.
I don't know, Mac. I don't really think we should talk about what's bangable on broadcast, honestly. Might get into trouble.
Take flight.
Drone goes through B long. No one to really clear out at this range. You're probably going to see the follow-up shot, recon dart over towards yellow. So we'll see how Crunchy's fancy footwork goes for him. Can he dodge the dart?
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
It's pretty easy to when they don't dart at you. No one checks yellow at all.
Crunchy just works the timing. There's that dart coming through eventually, and the trade will come through, but it's cost him Punda.
Spike planted.
However, they're still pretty happy with the position they're in. 4v2. Nos. Ooh, missed opportunity to take down Swirl there, who gets the tailwind back to safety. And what now, just looking to stay hot, stay on the line. High tide allowing Nos back over to the short side of Snowman. And they might just save over here as well. Both tucked away.
So I guess they're not feeding kills to the other team. Maybe they're reenacting old days.
Well, Riley's asking for something.
This is bait for me. Bait them into my shotgun. Feel bad for Noz. Riley's been baiting him since VCT Stage 1 APAC.
That's very true.
Nothing's changed, however long later, like almost a year later.
Except their age, huh?
Wow.
And the game's deeper now.
Deeper?
Deeper. Because there's a water agent.
You're so smart, bro.
There's a waterman.
How do you come up with these, huh? Is that like Jason Momoa?
It's Aquaman.
Please stop. 95X. Bit of B long control, perhaps. Bit of a Sova dart. Bit of a cascade. Grab the orb. It just looks so easy for him, huh? Straight up in there. No issues.
Cascade works a bloody charm down long points of contact like this. And Bobo reckons that it's probably just going to be Beast, so they're just going to send everyone to the party. Crunchy as well with the spam is going to be able to slow down this attempt at the plant. Orb in the way, And the Viper's Pit going to be invested as well, which will go all the way around that front side of site. So we'll see how this one's played out. Mini still has that cove, which he can use at any given point. But of course, there is a couple of awkward bits of util that they have to try to get past. Of course, Shockies, Recon. And then RDW can throw his util back as well. He's got that Odin in play. So
spamming for so long. As soon as Mike rounds the corner, he comps all of his HP.
Yeah, unlucky.
Right.
And we're going to see a lockdown investment as well. So pretty much everything, including the kitchen sink from 95X, going to be thrown into the round. They really want to get 12 on the board here. It looks like both Vipers are going to be able to find some kind of impact. Riley with that Odin slows down the plant, and that's going to be Spike on the ground. The spam, it's good to slow it down enough. A 1v4 angle with 17 seconds on the clock. Punda in between a rock and a hard place, an orange container, and a kitchen.
A fine death.
But he will be able to find that first pick. He's nowhere near close enough to the spike to get the plant down, but he could cause a little more damage here. And 95X are not going to find a 12th, not just yet. Bobo strike back, and Canellery even finds one at the end.
You can tell RDW's been DMing with that gun. Just masterful mechanics from one of the GOATs of our region.
Uh-huh.
They're even going to take a tack timeout. They need to have a chat about how good he's using that. Game's getting a little close for comfort. Honestly, 95X has been on a pretty good roll, Mac, has to be said. But they're still having a few difficulties in a couple of rounds. At the end of the day, Bobo is still a good team that you need to beat. They can play their beat game and still be difficult.
Yeah. Sharp individuals make things extremely difficult on the best of days. But of course, quick tactical from 95X, as you can see on the screen there. What's the answer? Bro, almost everyone on this team needs to work on their mic game. Look at Swells. It's in Narnia. It's just hanging.
You listened to Narnia as a kid?
I don't know what that is.
Narnia.
What's Narnia?
Shut up, Mac.
Narnia business?
Narnia business.
Is that where you were going?
Oh, God. When? Round 21.
Revealing area.
It's going to be maybe a mid to B for 95X here. Going to again cascade down B long to try to deny info, but this time it's from middle. Maybe having a look, see if they can sneak under the tube.
Right here.
Gotten rid of the alarm bot, and that's already caused a bit of a rotation here. Bobo quite concerned about middle. You can see Crunchy starts to float towards the backside of B. You get a couple of the boys around kitchen and boiler. Drone dealt with by Swell, and start to see them walk back to A. Yes, Matt.
Confirmation on the pronunciation of Canellery, and it's actually Smellery. So,
gotcha.
We'll see how Smellery can hold this A site now. Tucked away on the backside. Ooh.
This is contact.
Mr. Aquaman is on top as well. Just trying to hold that screen side swing, but he ain't got a shot with Minimize coming around the corner. Cracking headshot, cracking entries, and that's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. An A site in the bag for 95X. Dragon still living, so that means the round definitely isn't done. This man individually can just win it on his own. Swell going to be able to get up the belt just in time.
Another high tide coming through. Trying to cut down the angles, make this awkward to retake. Hits there for Crunchy, but 2 on 4. I don't know if that's going to work.
Crunchy looking to go forward, and Dragon starts to turn up, but 3 kills might have just been enough. 1 Shocky will do it, and Crunchy won't dodge the radius either. That is going to be 12-9. 95X putting themselves on map point for the first map of the series.
Another clutch from Punda. Being left in the late round. Safe pair of hands on the Sova. Overdrive's there for Smellery. That could be big. That could be big, McLarge, huge, if you ask me. He needs to buy himself some armor, though. Okay, great. Reckoning and the Hunter's Fury there. You got the Reckoning and the Lockdown for Bobo. Minimize things. That's the second time he's one beat RDW on the entry. Bit of a harbour diff in the last couple of rounds.
Poison orb emitting. I was waiting to hear someone type in chat, but didn't happen.
Poison's off.
Thought minimize would type a little smiley face or something, but moving back to A they go, and so is Bobo. You can see as well with this mid pressure, a little bit of noise made towards a main. That one's been heard up by Noz, so fast flank going to start to come through now. And Bobo, they're all here, they're all joining the party. Canellery looking to use that finger blaster to success. It's going to be twirled across the top, and this one is Dunzo. Nellery 1v5 angle with the overdrive, and it ain't looking too good. He's going to be able to find one of the minimizers. He was doing something there, thinking he was tucked away in the corner. And the Killjoy going forward has forced them all off the site. Quick tap as well with the fast lane is going to allow Nellery to have an opportunity to take the one-on-one with Plunder. But 95X know that they've got the util, they've got the numbers, and they've taken the map as well. Put a bloody bow on it. That's going to be Icebox out of the equation, and that was also Bobo's map choice. So 95X definitely on for a 2-zip scoreline here in the upper bracket final.
Oh, you can't count Bobo out though. Ascent could be their map. They definitely had a lot of good rounds there. I think they started super well in the first half. Like they got pistol, I think they got the bonus round win, and then their economy was really good. Then they had a bunch of gun rounds. I don't know, they got the individuals to maybe take a map, but 95X would love to see them just continue playing well. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say, Mac. I know you just want to do the, is that like a Cadbury commercial or?
Yeah, I really wanted to be in that commercial when I was younger. So I got good with the brows, mate. Huh? Either way, look, having a quick look at the stats here. 95X. Domine Swirl with 290 ACS. If he can keep up a performance like this, he might jump back up to the top 5 for the playoffs so far in terms of individual performances. Dragon doing work, but at the same time, get him off the Senti. Come on. Get him off the Senti.
He could play anything, to be fair. But
he can, but I don't want him on the Senti. He can't play Jet on the Senti. He can't play Raze on the Senti.
True.
You know? And that's where Dragon pops off.
I do know. You're not wrong. It's a good win for 95X. I don't know. I like the way they use the Harbour on the Icebox.
Yeah.
They have recently had themselves a nice little boot camp, and I dare say that they're going to be pretty good on most maps. So that's worked out well for them.
I'd say you're right. And I'd say I'm looking pretty short. I need to go find my legs. Unfortunately, we've got a break before map 2, so I can go and regain some height. Short Kings rise up. I'll see you after this.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, so it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up," and she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Boom! And then yeah, so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Valley, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojay, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, go keep it. Wow.
Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save her. You can save her.
If you come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VALORANT Challenges Oceania, where we're currently underway with the second series of the day. 95X taking Icebox over the top of Bobo. And mate, Bobo brought in a comp. As they certainly brought in an agent comp. I still don't know what to think about it, but it had walls. It had walls.
We've got to build a wall. I heard that said once. As we head into Ascent, they're definitely going to need to focus up a little bit, Mac.
I certainly will, and look, to help that one out, fortunately, our friends at Biocode Lab are the official daily supplement of LPL. Use code LPL Season 1 at the checkout at biocodelab.com to unlock 20% off your order. Exclamation Biocode Lab in the chat to find out more. And if you do that, it'll probably take you to the right place as well. Of course, that's biocodelab.com. They have cool shakers.
I use it. I use that shaker pretty much every day. Like I didn't, they sent me a shaker. I've been using it for months now. It's 10 out of 10. Good quality. Would recommend. Go get yourself
like
one.
metal and machined. It's way higher quality than any other shakers on the market. I'll tell you that much.
Yep.
But look, of course, let's turn the discussion back towards map number dos.
Ascent.
Yeah, I knew that. I wasn't trying to look into the nether to try to figure out what was going on with that. But yes, look, Ascent's going to be an interesting affair. Icebox, it got closer than it probably should have, but we got Harbours on both sides. We got Nellery as the super sub or part of the team now, who knows. Actually doing a really good job at the initial stages of the game, but then it felt like once 95X knew what they had to do to try to counter the chaos that Bobo was bringing, that's when they started to step up there in the second half, and things just got that little more difficult. As you mentioned, of course, what do you do as a Neon on defense to try to make things work? On the attack, yeah, it's fine. You got those sick walls, but on the defense, yeah, it felt like maybe those relay bolts didn't work as well. Maybe they weren't playing as aggressive or as coordinated as you'd expect. You'd need to try to allow an agent like that work. But again, it goes back to the kind of thing where, you got duelists that have the ability to jump up on things. You got your razors and your jets and stuff, and this is the kind of map where there's so many different things you can jump up on. The verticality of the map is just an interesting factor of it, and if you can't abuse that, if you're just stuck on the ground, mate, what are you doing? what are you doing? You're not maximizing your effectiveness.
Totally heard everything you just said, and I totally agree. For Ascent, however, you know, I think you're probably going to see the same kind of agent comps, very standard agent comp from 95X. They've been on a bit of a win streak on this map. Swell, 290 ACS, a bit closer to what you saw over in the group stage of this tournament, and he's continuing well into the playoffs. I would not be surprised if Swell was the top-rated player of the whole stage. In the 95X team, he's just, you know, he's fragging out, playing that duelist role, working really well in the system. They're setting him up well. The rest of the boys just kind of playing, you know, the macro super well. Nice couple of clutches from Punda last game, like 2 or 3 big clutches that broke the economy of Bobo, put them over the top there at the end. Couple nice reads from Minimize, where he was doing the classic Minimize plays of just walking through the middle of the map, no matter what agent he's playing, just dry, because he's got a read, and shooting someone on attack. Love to see it.
Lurking as the harbor, where all of the abilities come directly from where your position is, and even though you're lurking, not able to have that effectiveness, maybe there's some other agents that could do that a little bit better. Either way, look, props to Minimize for making that work. Of course, we're going to see that more often in the future, coming out of 95X for sure. Ascent, though, how's Harbour operate on that? Because, you know, RDW is going to be picking Harbour into it.
Oh, is he? He's playing Harbour on every map?
I think he's playing Harbour all night, mate, so...
Really?
Yep.
I'm keen. Well, I don't know. Last time, both of these teams were playing this most standard comp on Ascent. The only difference between them was the choice of controller, so Astra or Omen, and then just Jet KO, Killjoy, Sova. So we'll see if the Bobo boys are going to play something a little funkier. Both of them were pretty good on this map. Bobo have won the last 2, but they had a pretty tight one against Next Gen. Whereas I probably got a bit more faith in 95X. Obviously, this is their map pick, and they were able to beat Fun Crew 13-5 on it. So even though Fun Crew had a bit of a disappointing exit to the tournament in playoffs, went down in the lower bracket, didn't win a game, I still kind of rate them as a pretty good team. I think if you could put them down 13-5 only 2 days ago, that's probably a pretty good result, and you're probably pretty solid on the map and probably in pretty good form.
Yeah, I feel like you'd be pretty happy indeed. The only way I see Harbour working on a map like Ascent is if someone complements it with your KOs or your Skies, something that has like a flash as an object, not like a wall flash, like a breach, so you can just pop through, have a little bit of coordination, stand, throw a silly wall. It can go anywhere. Coordinate with 2 to 3 members of your team, say, hey, I'm going to flash us through, we're going to run through, and we're going to shoot them. And then it just works, because that's kind of what we saw in Lock-In, except a little bit more coordination. And guess what, guys? Before we jump on into Ascent, we're going to another break. We'll see you just after this for map number 2.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, joined by the always excellent Improvise as we continue our review of The Last of Us, now streaming on Neon. This week we are at episodes 6 and 7. Yes.
Careful who you put your faith in. The only people who can betray us are the ones we trust.
With episode 6, we meet a precocious old couple in the middle of nowhere who are hoping to guide Joel and Ellie on their continued journey as they guide them towards the River of Death. The River of Death is all tied to Jackson, where we finally reunite with Joel's brother Tommy, played by Gabrielle Luna, and it's excellent. A little bit of normalcy, some would say.
Yeah, and also you see Ellie be a kid again, and learning learning bits and pieces that she wouldn't have learned as a QZ.
Towards the end of that episode, they have to head out on the road again, as always, because they're trying to get Ellie across the country.
We went a little bit deeper with Ellie, and we understood exactly what makes her tick and why she is the way she is. Top moments. Hit me with one, man.
Episode 6, it would be that reunion with Tommy, you know, Joel just grabs him. He's like, oh, there's my brother. He's got long hair. And I just really enjoy the way Gabrielle Luna actually plays the character. I think he plays him phenomenally.
And then on the other episode, on episode 7, I think when they're at the gym and they're jogging, and she's like, "I'll beat you up." And she's, "Your friend's not. Your friend's not here." And she, "What'd you say?" Oh, and then yeah, so that was quite cool.
Yeah, and then it ties into the corporal kind of acknowledging those other parts of Ellie, right?
Yeah, he sees the same things that Joel sees and tries to speak to her that there's some leadership in you and there's some potential, but you've just got to figure it out. And it's the same that Joel sees as well. So it's pretty cool. I like that scene.
It's now streaming on Neon. You can grab yourselves a 7-day trial by going to neontv.co.nz. But as always, I have been that guy, Xenojack, joined by the always excellent Improvise. Until next time, ka kite.
Wow. Attention passengers, the final call to flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is your chance. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
If you come this far, then you know it's out there.
You have a greater purpose than any of us could have ever imagined.
Welcome back to Valorant Challenges Oceania. Ladies and gents, it's Mr. Obnoxious and Mac, and we are getting ready to jump on into map 2 of the second series of the day. Mitch, why'd you choose that as your nickname?
I don't know, just had a ring to it, I suppose, and yeah, I've got nothing for you, Mac. You threw me under the bus.
Hey, you always got to be ready, huh? Be prepared for anything around these parts, especially when you're somehow wrangled into duoing with me. Either way, we're going into Ascent. Let's have a look at what's going down here. Let's see if we actually get some kind of harbor, or if RDW beats Dragon to that jetlock, huh?
Okay, we got a Fate. Okay, very nice.
Oh, he's not playing harbor. Okay, the Knight's saved. We got a game.
Jet, Omen, KJ? Yeah. Okay, they're playing double duelist with a Fade. And then 95X are just playing the meta comp. So cool. We got a game. I think we got a very winnable game. For someone like Nellery, be good to see him on an initiator if he can use the Fade util well. Even if he's, like he was fragging okay in the first half on the Neon, but look, end of the day, he shouldn't be expected to output a lot of numbers at this level. As he's not someone who's an active pro player, so you want to see him trying to set up the other boys. What
do you mean? He's a top 3 team player.
Oh, true. He's on the top 3 team. My bad.
Yeah. Continue. Sorry.
Put some respect on his name. The double duelists of RDW and Dragon could probably still get this done.
Well, we'll see how accurate that statement is. For the moment, there's going to be no smokes for about 8 seconds. As the suppression comes through, Mini looking to flash the boys forward before any chance at his dark cover to block that choke, and now Noz in a bit of a rough position, just waiting for that push through. Oh, awkward position. Mini gets that reload off just in time as well, and 95X stonks are rising as they take the A side.
Gonna get a grab well. Try to stop that scale coming out of heaven. A lot of low players here for Bobo, and Watt just needs to jump up and take a duel off the back of the sofa contact, and it's probably going to be round done.
He's a little bit worried. He's one of the only members remaining with health on the board, so they're just going to try to play a numbers game. Squall finds another, and RDW, he's been spotted as well. That's a Sheriff, but he doesn't want to give away any free donations, so we're going to set... What's the whack-a-mole? We're going to be playing whack-a-mole for the end of the round.
Who's that? Is that Elfish guy?
Huh?
Is that Elfish guy? His favourite saying.
Whack-a-mole?
Yeah.
Why?
He says that all the time when there's a headshot angle. That's his favourite thing to say.
Oh,
It's like his casting crutch phrase.
I've never heard it. It took me a second to think of the term, so... Are you sure it's... You're lying.
I'm not lying. I've casted thousands of hours with this man.
Okay, sorry. I won't say that. I won't trigger you. Is it PTSD? You don't want to cast with him anymore? What's going on?
Oh, look, you know, he's just got a small head.
It's big, does me having a big head make you feel better?
Yeah, it's comforting.
That dark cover has missed the one-way spot.
Well, maybe that's what they wanted.
Ooh.
It's all an elaborate bait into the shotty.
Trying to bait him into Nozzy's crosshair. Oh, 2 shots ain't going to be enough because the tailwind almost kept Swirl alive, but at this range now, Crunchy going to be able to have some impact with the Marshall. Is going to be vulnerable up, just tanking that grab well. Or plays a dangerous game for the repick too, but the numbers, they are strong at the moment for Bobo. Shorty going to be used to force that drone away. The 95X, they're just going to slow things down off the back of the pick.
And Dragon, he's got a whack-a-mole angle here. Unfortunately, he has not been practicing in the arcade lately.
No chance.
Under, really nice raw adjustment there onto his head. And 95X looking like they're in control. Gonna reroute back towards the B side of the map.
Left.
But Nellery's got a shorty over here, and the rotation timing ain't bad.
Well, the 0 point is not going to stop that shorty from being effective. How wide they come on the way out, though? Oh, he's dropped the ball. And that is definitely a knock on Mitch.
10 seconds left.
Yep, you're right, Mac. I've been casting sports games, and I couldn't agree more.
Forward pass, huh?
Yep, that was a great...
Offside.
That's a red card, if you ask me, buddy.
Oh, is that a new... Okay, what are the new terms that you've learnt from unnamed other game that you could definitely bring in
to Valorant,
while we're waiting for Crunchy to try and save on 5 HP?
Let me think.
Striker.
Oh, that's a beautiful... I don't know. I don't even know, Mac. I don't know.
Goal!
That's a goal.
That's a goal.
That's a goal. That's what I've learned. Sorry.
That's all you've learnt. Oh, wow.
That's a goal.
I hope Swifty's not watching. By the way, that's going to be another one for 95X and a clean start to Ascent. 2 in a row now. Only losing, what was it, 1 there in the end? A couple of sets of armor, but overall, pretty good affair. Bobo now going into their first gun round, but they're all down to the half armor because they got a little bit too happy with the bank on round 2.
Yeah, a lot of purchases. IDW has got not any leers, but that's all right.
Shutting them down.
B main control coming on in here for Bobo. And they also have pressure on A main here. One way has come out again for Crunchy. He's going to rip the paranoia off the back of Dragon's contact off of taking the B main control. Nellery rotates around to A. And it's going to be a mid to A split here for 95X.
Yeah, that dark cover has to be intentional if he's done that 2 times in a row. Either way, it's going to be the tree split starting to come through. Crunchy looking to dominate A main control and waiting for that contact. Paranoia going to come forward, but it's just going to be Dragon farming from afar. And Crunchy, he's held onto the flash. He's lived for long enough, but unfortunately, what's going to go for the hard clear. And that's a beautiful round from 95X, but it ain't done just yet. Nellery, very worried about that short position. Door shut though, so he's going to have to make a little bit of noise on the retake. And no one's over towards main. They've just all tucked in on site, as you can see. Oh, what's over there actually? He's hitting on Nano. Shocky over towards Heaven. Mini, goes aggro with it.
Not ready.
Maybe a little bit too far. And Noz, 1 bullet from the grave. Thunder reveals his position, dropping that recon bolt, just hoping to find something. And on that contact, what's not going to swing? He's definitely got an opportunity. Has the grab well on the spike and is able to lock down 100% the round. And 95X are going to win themselves a bonus.
Hey people, come on now. I'm anticipating my congratulations.
That's very bad news for Bobo, Mac. Going to be difficult to recover from a start like this. Save over a couple of rifles though. You reckon they're going to force around those? Seems like they want to go for it.
Astral stars in this reality.
I feel like Bobo's just going to keep on buying because at this point, look, 95x are on a roll. And their money's pretty decent, so force buy here, definitely worth it.
Yeah, I think around a couple of rifles. Probably want to be cutting some corners and stuff. Try to see if they can win themselves around again. The same main control coming in. One way is absolutely gorgeous. Paranoia goes in, ensures that there's no chance of a trade here for 95x.
Gorgeous. Oh, Punda.
Taking that back.
It's a rough game for him to play there, but will fall away, and 95x now. Being a man down, just going to group up and hit B. But unfortunately for them, there is going to be all that KJ util in the way, so things could get a little bit dicey. One of those nanos definitely going to try to split them up off the back of the... Is that the turret? Yeah, that's the turret contacting near log side.
Yeah, walk through B main. Going to deal with that turret. Still the nanos are there, so going to be difficult to get in. Swirl dashes into logs.
Nanos going to be torn, and Swirl was all on his own, but he's going to be able to fight for himself there. And then maybe even some more damage to follow. Just trying to find that one through the wall. Nellery, an awkward position for him to be in, but he's going to fall to Swirl as well, who's tailwind his way to safety all the way across the top of site. RDW unable to flick up in time. And from the man disadvantage, Bobo, they're still thinking about this one. RDW happy just to drop the leer forward. Over towards the back of site now, waiting for that contact on the stairs to swing on the aggressive angle. And Bobo's starting to make their way in through Cat as well. Oh, Dragon. Oh, I'm not going to be able to find this one through the box, through the smoke. The Cloudburst in the bloody way. And that's going to be a bloody end to the round as well. 3 alive for 95x, so the economy starting to stabilize as they are yet to drop a round here for Ascent.
Some pistols coming out for Bobo, but exactly like you said, 95x have had just such an excellent start to Ascent. Nothing's really slowing them down. Won the pistol, anti-eco, bonus check, anti-force. Now they go into an anti-eco. Knives are up for Dragon, and Sheriffs could definitely still get this done. But look, their economy is sitting pretty at the moment. Most of the players on 2+K. Seems like they're waiting for B main aggression here. They threw the knife over towards A main. I think that was a lineup from spawn maybe.
Well, slow approach regardless. Bobo going for a play down short, and Dragon happy to poke his nose in at mid. But looks like it's just going to be the B site hit off the back of the null command. Mike as well ready for that aggression, and Bladestorm now out of the equation for the round. Twirl, crack and open this B site. No one remaining. And it's going to be very difficult for Bobo to try and find any extra impact here, but we'll give him a crack. A couple of chirps in hand. Mike stands in their way. He might expect a few more as well. Liz there, so he knows that RDW is coming in on the flank. Okay, dismiss away. So living for the moment. Twirl able to push forward and find that one. Crunchy. Dropped the ball, but he brought it back. Swirl thought he had that one after the couple of whiffs started to come through, and Minimize hits him with the jump shot for good measure.
Gorgeous.
Simply gorgeous.
Dealt with the half buy pretty easily. They're just going strength to strength. It feels like after that loss on Icebox, Bobo, yeah, maybe a little bit autopilot-y right now, you know? It's kind of whatever. We got the operator out on Dragon. So we'll see how this gun gun goes for them. At least they're not on the half armor or on some kind of a weird force bite. They do have the lockdown here, 95x. So they're just going to try to utilize that. So it's a down straight behind the box. It's a setup, KJ setup here on lane.
Just waiting for that lockdown to finish off. RDW going to be able to find himself a kill. As 95x make their way to site now. As you can see, Bobo happy to play for the retake with the numbers, but Swirl goes forward and looks for a little bit more. Jumps up, risks his life doing so, but just trying to dodge that spam into the nebula. and things slow down again. So 4v4 for the retake. Bobo's got a lot to use here, and Punda even tearing up that Hunter's Fury. It will connect onto Noz as well, and that's going to be the numbers favoring 95X. Punda popping off, and Dragon in a rough position as now we see Crunchy start to make his way in from B main. Dragon trying to take the line, but it looks like the saves the call with the op retrieved. And that's going to be another round. 95X, 6 in a row to kick off map number 2.
They're just playing a clean game of Ascent right now. I mean, this is their map pick for a reason. They found a lot of success on it. Paranoia going on in there, trying to chip down the guns here and make this one more expensive for 95X, but realistically, like, their economy is fine. 3 alive is more than good enough. A couple of guns being saved over on the side of Bobo, so we'll see if they're going to force around those, and indeed, yes, yet again, they will. 1 off the lockdown, 2 off the Fade ult here. But at the end of the day, you know, you're playing this double duelist comp. And an Omen instead of an Astra, there's a bit of a difference in the impact of the ults that 95X have access to versus what Bobo have access to, you know. With the comp that Bobo's running, they really need to kind of be finding success in the fragging department or in the early to mid round. Because macro-wise, it feels like the comp from 95X can just do a whole lot more than what you can see from Bobo. Dragon deep A main, takes a shot, but good circle jumping from Watt to avoid getting picked there. And here's a to B coming on out.
Swirly boy playing a dangerous game, trying to get that fast flank on the Noz, but it's punted to find it. And the Odin reigning supreme. 95X looking to keep it clean with a 0-7 scoreline, but Crunchy on the back of sight now. After making his way in from the shadows, and doesn't get an opportunity to go back because he's gone for the quick switch. RDW able to find one in there on the Punda, but on the 4v3, it's still so difficult for Bobo to make their way back in. Flash forward, and Swirl, he's at least got himself the extra info. Mike's there to fight with him. And the Cloudburst over towards CT, makes it awkward. Nellery can't shoot back. And he has a big smellery of victory, but it ain't gonna happen this time.
1v3. Turning into an op save at this point because he's only got 1 in the clip anyway. Almost doesn't get out of there, Mac.
Almost, but oh, how sharp is he? Usually pretty damn sharp. Gets around the corner, living, running, and what is hot on his heels, but I dare say he's going to be able to save this op over towards Jen there. Oh, maybe not. The swing, it's there, and Swirl hits him where it hurts. That's going to be 7-0. 95X making Ascent look like it is only attack-sided.
Just playing a really good game of Valorant at the end of the day. Not much else to say about it. Just simple but effective. They're working together well, using the util well. That's what we love about 95X. They're just a solid team. Gonna be tough to beat. Half buy coming in. Crunchy gonna try to go for a hero rifle here. Ellery left high and dry in B main.
Mr. Memo, he's like, you know what, let's not do that. Swirl! Entries of a lifetime. Him and Mike, the dream team, they look so damn sharp. And what a round, flawless, coming through from 95X. And there's nothing that Bobo can throw at him at the moment. That was clean, Mitchell!
That's cleaner than Mac made after a post-gym shower.
I agree, I was just drinking, sorry.
Yep, cool. Got the lockdown, you got the Fade ult here for Bobo. I don't know how much that's going to help him out, really. Blast cannon for Dragon. He has dropped a rifle for one of the boys. Very generous of him.
Oh, Mr. Generous, huh? Look at him go.
Oh, Swirl. Gonna get set up into market.
Oh, pop flash line, you'll have to see it. And Dragon gonna be forced off, won't win that fight. Punda as well, hunting for something with the lane fall back to B. But everyone regrouping and expecting this aggression through a main. Crunchy though, too sharp. And Watt not gonna be able to shoot back for the moment. jumping up as well. Spike retrieved. And Bobo finally with a numbers advantage. Let's see if they can convert their first round.
Knockdown available for Noz, but in this kind of a position, he probably just wants to take a fight or two. See if they get a clear wine. Swirl left behind to try to cut the map in half, but Bobo have taken spawn.
Oh, they're going to hard clear this every day of the week. Noz lucky to get some damage there. But Crunchy, oh, a rough position to be in. Saw the lineup, saw the worlds where it worked for him. But 95X going to be able to trade this back. Under damage through the wall as well. The Dragon barely alive. Swirl spotted, trying to prod his way in through mid. And everything's slowing down. The silence ringing wonders. And Dragon's going to find this rotation as well with the late pressure in through mid yet again. Nellery.
One enemy remaining.
A little bit of util, and he's going to be left alive as well. That push in from heaven ain't looking too good. And so much util in the way.
One enemy
Surely 95X just lock this one down. It's a 1-for-1, but Mike ain't missing much. He's hitting old Mike form right now.
Yeah, when Chamber was OP.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's, as a lot of primary Sentinel players have had to do, he's kind of had to reinvent himself a bit. Don't think he's really been in the same form since Chamber was super OP, but it would be good to see him kind of get back there.
A full body recomposition.
Don't overthink it.
Done through spectacular dieting, a lot of hard work, and of course, a couple of scrims. Well, Haunt expected. So we're going to be popping that one. Pre-fire around the corner as well. Knowing that Bobo have been getting aggressive towards the main, but off the back of the orbit being taken, Mini happily going to be ripping that null command. It looks like it should be the B side open for business. No one here to stop him. Noz as well, just saving that lockdown, looking to go for a retake angle, but he's walled off for now. And Mini ain't done. He's looking to go all the way into CT. Crosshair nowhere near Crunchy, but Crunchy's dropped the ball there. Hasn't made it work. The Sheriff for him today is just not working at all. And Noz might even hold on to this lockdown, but they need a round at some point. 9 and zip, about to be 10 and 0. Oh, I don't know, just dodging everything. Shocky's not connecting on him. Punda's got one of those to make it look. It is just absolute chaos, absolute scenes right now. And Bobo are being put on the skewer.
Double digits. Got a bit of a speed run going on here. Might have to secure the, submit this one to Games Done Quick.
Look, saving time for the epic series we had for game number 1 of the day. A lot of tech pauses, a lot of long games, and even some late individuals. So it's never going to be a speed run if you don't have that false start, you know?
Yeah. Lockdown here. Hunter's Fury. And a Cozzy.
Swarm grenade out.
Bit of a set play coming in. I think that Swarm actually went to stairs there. That's a big flash from Minimize. I don't think I've seen a better flash than that.
Man's been practicing that. Now,
You should run.
looks like the boot camp's been paying off, Mitch.
To the lockdowns, traded back and forth.
You are
Dragon
divided.
comes in, goes 1 for 1. There's the Cozzy.
Not a good Cozzy, but lockdown's going either way, make things damn awkward. And as mentioned, they managed to get rid of the Locky just in time. The fragment coming in clutch. Minimize going to be able to get that extra entry. And Punda as well, trying to stop the flood all the way to side. But they're up lane already. RDW sneaking forward, looking. Mike just jumping, gets the 1B out of bloody nowhere. And just like that, 95X, they're in the pole position again. Dragon waiting, expecting this aggression from the B-main individual, but Punda's gone damn deep. He's got the Hunter's Fury online. And look as well, the turret, it's going to be taking that contact. Just a perfect B-main setup. And now Bobo has to fully focus on the site players. Alarm bot not going to be able to pop in time, and they know that it's going to be Punda all the way towards B-main. He's got that Hunter's Fury online, but he's getting as far away as possible. But he's not in the corner. He shot himself out into the open, and Dragon is ready. What a round. What a retake in the 2v3 to get that first round of the ball to Bobo.
Before the switch.
Yeah, big impact from Dragon. I think Honestly, I'm not sure if that would have mattered anyway, because pretty heads-up play from Crunchy to hop off the defuse. Knew he didn't need to stick that, just got the half, and then I think he was going to dance around the Hunter's Fury anyway and shadow step and just give Dragon a bit of time to get the kill on the Sova. So nicely done to get their first round on the board. Do have a decent looking buy heading into this one. Shotguns out for Nullery. It's going to leave Noz over towards A main with the one-way. The rest of the boys anticipating maybe a bit of a mid default or a B play, kind of leaning quite heavily towards that side of the map.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, a lot of faith there on Noz.
I mean, yeah, he's pretty handsome, so I reckon he can hold one side of the map by himself.
That setup as well, very solid to hold that tree control and set up for the retake, which is exactly what you're seeing here. Recon going to clear out all those backside positions, as well as 95X just diving straight on in. So looking like it is just going to be full retake angle, 5v5. Everyone's alive. Mike's got his bloody nanos on the spike. Midi's going to be able to find one of the nods with suppression over towards Heaven and Swirl as well. Just trying to make mincemeat of Bobo right now. 11 rounds on the attacking side is completely unheard of, but not out of the possibility right now. It looks like we are going to see Bobo trying to go over towards door, making a whole bunch of noise in that direction, hoping they bait someone forward. But there's still going to be a smoke or a grab well in the way. Swirl looking to pick his fight twice. He goes into the fragment, loses the fight to RDW. It's getting a little bit chaotic here. Mike as well just sitting there at dice. He'll fall. Crunchy feeling it for 3. Big couple of frags coming through, but Watt as well keeps it strong, locks it in for 11. And that is going to be the half. 95X. Almost a flawless half. Just one big round from Dragon. Got that first on the board for Bobo, but it might be all they'll get here. Could be a pretty quick second half, Mitch.
Or this could be one of the greatest comebacks.
I love that narrative.
In the history of Challengers Oceania.
That's not a narrative. That's a fairy tale at this point. If that happens, you can ask me the question, Mitch.
How many rounds? How many rounds do they need, Mac?
Finish the question.
Before you start to believe.
Thank you. When they get to 7, they'll change my mind.
Okay.
But it's a long way away.
It all starts with the pistol, Mac. Smoke to bottom mid. They start making their way up catwalk. They put a turret there. No one can step foot in middle. There's the Lear in towards tree room. RDW's been raid bossed. It's all coming together.
Oh, it's out of the way. That nano swarm could be a nuisance, but they're already past it. And now Mike, off the back of a beautiful flash, is going to be able to pick up 2. This is looking real damn good for 95X at the moment. Prowler all the way to the back of sight, but they're going to flood straight on in. Nozzy connecting. The Sheriff looking damn good, but What on the Ghost is almost better. Crunchy can't do it all himself, and that's going to be 95X on to series point. They're about to be the first grand finalist here for the VALORANT Challengers Oceania. Stage 1.
2023.
Stage 1 playoffs 2023, already locking their position in for Stage 2 group stage. Hopefully they can do a similar performance into Stage 2 playoffs and then all the way to Ascension, huh? What do you reckon?
I'm looking forward to the Ascension League myself.
Mate, Ascension's going to be so damn good.
I'm keen for it. Force buy coming out for Bobo. They could have probably saved here, but I don't know. I guess they're feeling risky.
Risky indeed, or maybe on the ropes. Either way, that's going to be a nice trade coming through from Noz. Turret, aggressive through the dark cover, is going to continue to take that contact. Mike trying to find anything here. The spam, it's not going to quite connect. RDW just crouching on the corner and just one tap with the judge there. Mini able to trade, so still down to the 3v3 scenario. And Crunchy just trying to refresh that smoke as well to make things that little bit more annoying for 95X to take that tree control, funneling in through Heaven. And Swirl, he's had enough. He's going forward. He is the judge, he is the jury, he is the executioner, or maybe not this time. Noz, he's still alive. Managed to get a get out of jail free card this time. And Minimize will make it happen from above. Redemption and the cleanest map of bloody Ascent I have seen in a damn long time. 95X are the first grand finalists for Valorant Challengers Oceania, which means we get to see Bobo play at least one more time down in that lower bracket up against Honey Badgers, Mitch.
Massive. I mean, you know, they put in a lot of hard work. They've gone for their boot camp. I always thought that was a good idea, to be honest. Like, I was thinking the same thing, you know, go to Perth, you can play some of the Asian teams on some better ping. You can get some good practice in, you know, not have to pay on 100 ping the whole time to get some decent practice. And I'm sure that's definitely helped them kind of iron things out. They're looking like the strongest team in stage 1. The map pool looks good. Big fan of all the players. Swell's in some excellent form. Structure's looking good. Org's back in the boys. Got some nice socials stuff going on. Just a big fan. I'm not surprised at all to see that they're the first grand finalists, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them take out the whole thing, mate.
And jerseys as well, a big factor. As soon as Mammoth got their jerseys, they got their first win on the board as well, of course. But look, 95X. Going into Ascent, I definitely didn't expect it to be this one-sided. With how close Bobo kept it on Icebox, but maybe, you know, not having a core 5, only having the core 3, and then just, you know, putting different pieces in on the chessboard each week is starting to have its toll. But that being said, look, 95X are ready for a rematch in the grand final if Bobo take down Honey Badgers. And if Honey Badgers play like they did today, I don't think Bobo are going to be making it to that grand final.
Yeah, hard to say. I think, yeah, obviously playing with the stand-in is not ideal. And we saw that twice tonight. And both of the teams playing with the stand-in lost. So, yep.
Yeah.
Some maths for you.
Kind of sad. I was so pumped for these games tonight when I looked at them on paper, and then we just, unfortunately,
I mean, this one is meant to be the El Clasico, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, this was meant to be the matchup of what Challengers Oceania was meant to be, but just is what it is, you know, like roster instability and many other factors. And at the end of the day, 95X, they deserve the dub. They put the work in. They're a very good team, and I hope that they keep winning. You know, they deserve it.
Yeah. I really hope so as well. Now, look, that brings us towards the end of the day. So let's have a quick recap of the bracket with both these games today's fully filling in where everything that's gone down. And that, of course, leaves us with 2 games remaining, one lower bracket final, and then, of course, the grand final as well. But as you can see, Next Gen, unfortunately, as you mentioned, they couldn't fill their full 5 today. Still managed to take a map in overtime on Pearl, but then over on Fracture, things didn't go their way, and Honey Badgers ran away with it. Next Gen, of course, having to play with a stand-in at one point. Then the stand-in fell out, so the sub was gone, and then they had to bring the coach in. So, unfortunate scenes. And then here in the upper bracket final as well, Bobo doing work on Icebox, you know, showing us some shadow tech, some tech from the Nether Realms with Neon coming in. But 95X knocked him down eventually, and then on Ascent, which you just witnessed, wow, that was just an absolute scorcher. But yeah, tomorrow, Saturday evening, you got Bobo up against Honey Badgers. That's going to be a game to watch.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. I think Honey Badgers in some pretty good form, to be honest. Not sure what is the deal with their team. Bobo, they're doing the best they can in the circumstances. They're probably still good enough to win that series. Okay, that could be kind of close.
Yeah, I think it should be good. Speaking of good, let's have a look at the top 5 players from the playoffs so far. Let's see if McKinley or Swirl has jumped a couple of people, and there you have it. After today's performance, Swirl is right back up the top. He's leapfrogged Dragon by a fair amount. I think Dragon's actually gone down a little bit after that game today. And McKinley, he's gone completely, which means we see Signed jumping up over Crunchy and showing his eyebrows to everyone. Gotta love it. Gotta love that that little image. Anything you want to touch on here for the top 5 players, Mitch?
Oh, I just think, you know, you're seeing players who performed well tonight, and they've done well for themselves. Obviously, Lou, I feel bad for Lou, honestly. He's been pretty consistent. Yeah. He's always been like a top 10 player for however many domestic league stages, and Fun Crew didn't win a game. And every game that he did not win, he fragged. And that's why he's in the top 5. So someone save Lou.
Save Lou. But look, Is he going to save himself? Do people want Lou on their team? Does Lou just want to play with the boys? All these questions, they need to be answered, of course.
Almost lost my mic.
Either way, huh?
Almost lost my mic there.
Oh, I thought you were just done with the night. And speaking of, that actually brings us to the end of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here for Valorant Challenges Oceania. Same time, or actually a bit later tomorrow for the lower bracket final. I think is that 3:30 p.m. 3:30 p.m. for that one. So make sure you don't miss it. That's going to be Bobo up against Honey Badgers. And the winner of that is going to be the other grand final team taking on 95X. We'll see you on Saturday for that banger matchup. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.